Lauren's coming and Mitch is coming.
Mitch is literally in our building.
Good morning. I'm Dan Hancock, and I'm the chairman of the Little Hoover Commission. And before we begin, I'd like to introduce my fellow commissioners who are here. Let's see. We've got, to my far right, Commissioner Virginia Ellis, attending her second meeting. To her left, Commissioner David Schwarz, Commissioner Marilyn Brewer, and soon to arrive, our Vice Chairman, Mitch Mitchell. To my left, we have Commissioner Victoria Bradshaw, Jonathan Shapiro, and the late arriving Commissioner Lauren Kay, with an empty chair. Also with us are Commissioner's Executive Director, Stuart Drown, our Deputy Executive Director, Carol D'Elia, Project Manager, Tamar Foster, and our Research Analyst, Kyle Harris, who are in the front row. There will be an opportunity for public comment following the testimony of the scheduled witnesses. Please notify our administrative assistant, Sherry McAllister, at the desk if you would like to provide comment. Fill out a speaker card, and I'll recognize you at the end of the meeting. California's community college system is the nation's largest, highest higher education system, responsible for providing basic skills, education, workforce training, preparation for transfer to four-year universities, as well as vocational and lifelong learning opportunities. The system plays a critical role in training the state's workforce, but is under increasing pressure to serve a growing population with shrinking state financial support. In this study, the Commission seeks to identify ways to make the California community college system as a whole more efficient in employing scarce resources, more focused on outcomes, and more accountable for its results. This is the first public hearing the Commission has scheduled on this topic. Each of the witnesses at today's hearing has been asked to discuss from his or her unique perspective some of the challenges facing the system and how priorities are set among various missions and how the current governance structure and financing mechanisms help or hinder the system's ability to meet the needs of students and of the state. The Commission will hear testimony from Nancy Shulock, the Executive Director of the Institute for Higher Education on Leadership and Policy, who will address a full range of topics on mission, governance, and finance based on her research of the California Community College system. Jack Scott, the Chancellor of the California Community Colleges, will discuss the importance of community colleges for the health of the state's economy and the state's role in overseeing the system. Next, the Commission will hear from a panel representing two of the state's 112 community colleges. Eli Oakley and William Scroggins, the superintendents and presidents of the Long Beach Community College Districts and the College of the Sequoias, respectively, will offer their perspectives on the scope of the system's mission and discuss the impact of the current governance and finance structures on local colleges. William Pickens, the former director of the California Citizens Commission on Higher Education, was scheduled to testify today but is unable to attend the hearing because of a personal matter. His written testimony, along with written comments from the other witnesses, is available on our website. Today's hearing will be recorded and made available on the California Channel's website. The Commission will hold its business meeting immediately following the hearing in the Legislative Council's conference room located on the lower level of 925 L Street, across the street. I would ask the witnesses to summarize the major points they would like to make so that we can focus our time on discussion. With that, I'd ask the Executive Director to call the first witness.
First witness is Nancy Shulock, Executive Director of the Institute for Higher Education and Leadership Policy at the California State University, Sacramento, where she leads policy research that focuses on community college, accountability, higher education performance, finance, and governance. Ms. Shulock also is a member of the California Community College Task Force on Student Success. Good morning.
Welcome. Thank you for coming, and please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hancock and Commissioners. I really appreciate the opportunity to start off your hearing on the California Community Colleges. I'm really pleased to see your focus on the community colleges, as you mentioned by some of your introductory comments. It's the largest higher education segment in California by far, and I would say it's the most important segment in terms of the future economic and social health of the state. I've been asked to start off with just a few numbers by way of context, and then I've got some comments on the three topics you mentioned of mission, governance and finance. So you should have a one-page sheet in front of you. I just wanted to underscore the size and therefore the importance. The first is just a chart that shows that the undergraduate enrollment, the community colleges serve 71% of the total undergraduates in our public sectors. And that's a lot more than nationally. Nationally, community colleges serve maybe 40 to 50% of the enrollment in their state. So we've set up under our master plan the community colleges to be this important. And the next row across just shows that, you know, everybody's aware of the demographics of their state. It shows that the community colleges serve even a higher percentage, 76% of the underrepresented minorities. I'm including in that category Latinos, African Americans, and Native Americans. And just a point of interest, the community colleges serves more underrepresented minorities than the entire enrollment of the California State University. So this is really important in the context. I'm sure you're aware of the projections of the numbers of people we need in the state with not only bachelor's degrees, but some post-secondary education, the national goals that have been set, the goals that have been set in our state by the League for California Community Colleges and others. So none of this can happen without great contributions from the community college system. The next part of this one-page sheet just gives you some of the data that we've been working on and generating over the last couple of years using data provided to us by the Chancellor's Office. And context before you look at these numbers, just I'm sure you know, but just to reiterate that California community colleges are an open enrollment system. They serve everybody who comes, everybody who wants to benefit from education. And so most of their students, I think as many as maybe 90% at some of the colleges, enter underprepared for college level work. So you have to interpret these numbers in that context. We get a cohort of incoming students and then we track them for 6 years. So the most recent cohort of incoming students where we had 6 years of data is the 2003-2004 academic year of new students. So the total number entering, you can see 392,000. We estimate, and there's no exact way to tell, but that about 35% of those students are not enrolling for purposes of earning some kind of college credential. You know the colleges serve a lot of different missions. So 35% of them are enrolling for personal enrichment reasons, maybe basic literacy or job skills. But if we look at the 65% that, judging from their enrollment behavior, we think are there to earn some kind of college credential, that would be a certificate or an associate degree or transfer, then that becomes our new 100%. And so these are the outcomes that we've documented. You can see 5% earn some kind of a vocational-oriented certificate, 3% a vocational associate degree, 8% transfer-oriented associate degree, and then the transfer data we break up into 12% transfer to one of the public universities, 11% transfer elsewhere, and we've documented a growing trend of transfers going to for-profit institutions at having completed far fewer credits than one normally thinks of a transfer student. Any one of those completions, 31% are in any, have accomplished any one of those or more outcomes, and then 15% are still enrolled after the 6 years of data that we have.
And this data is 0304?
It's the incoming 0304 followed for 6 years.
So it's
Through 09, 10.
I'm a little surprised that the number on the transfer to UC-CSU, just because with the UC system, with the glut of applications that the UC system is receiving, you'd think there'd be a higher percentage that we're starting at the community colleges to transfer, and you're saying it's 12%. So I was a little surprised at how low that number was.
Okay. Well, we have one of the things we pointed out in a recent report is when we think of transfer, it's if you add those two together, it's 23%. But
transferred elsewhere?
23% transferred, but 12% transferred to the UC or CSU.
Okay.
I think we'll hear a lot today about the labyrinth that is the transfer process.
Yeah, I think that's the surprise, and I Commissioner Bradshaw, there are a bunch of things that came to mind when I was reading this. You can finish, but I have some questions.
Well, no, I'm happy to be interrupted. I was told that's how it works. So that's
that is the problem.
Okay.
This actually happened a little earlier than normal, but Thought Commissioner Zaks was back.
We've also documented, I don't have it here, but there are major racial gaps across the major racial ethnic groups in just about all these categories. So that's of great concern, too, given the demography of the state. I want to point out, because everybody often asks, well, how do we compare to other states? And I want to point out that there is just no valid way of making these kinds of comparisons with other states. I think it's much more important for us to look at what California needs and try to meet those goals. But I would add that this is a problem for all states. All states across the country are working on improving community college student success. And many of those states are, with the aid of some major foundations, have reached some conclusions that in dealing with this, that small approaches, there are a lot of good, well-documented approaches that are small, pilot, sometimes they're called boutique programs, and the challenge is in bringing these kinds of changes to scale, because we have these tremendous goals that have been set for the nation, and the nation's not going to reach its goals without California reaching these goals. And across the country, these leading states and foundations have concluded that state policy is a very important lever for trying to accomplish changes at scale. And finance policy, accountability, governance, the kinds of things that you're raising are in that domain, and so that's another reason why.
Having said that, your testimony indicated, though, that the foundations are avoiding California. There must be some basis upon which comparisons are being made by the people who are placing their dollars in.
Well, foundations are not totally avoiding California, but in some of the big investments they are. And that's not so much based on the data. It's based on, I think, just some of the challenges that I'm going to get to here about our complex governance system. I think the foundations are wary about our ability with our complex governance to really make the changes as rapidly and at the magnitude that they're hoping to see. So let me, I submitted, and I see that you've read it, you have written 9 pages of testimony, but I'm just going to make a few points on these 3 areas. So in terms of mission, the community colleges have huge and multiple responsibilities. As I mentioned, serving the hardest to serve students with a variety of goals, and serving them with the by far the least amount of resources of any of our public education segments. The mission is being called into sharp focus today as rationing is occurring. I'm sure you'll hear more today about how students are not getting in. Hundreds of thousands of students, by the system's estimate, are being turned away in that they are unable to get classes. So it seems reasonable to think about, in view of these major goals that we have, this need to educate more people, get more people in California with post-secondary credentials, certificates, degrees. It seems reasonable to think about putting a priority on students who are, in fact, seeking degrees and certificates. So I think I would offer two suggestions for thinking about that. One of them is this personal enrichment function, and I know the Legislative Analyst's Office has written about that as well. I've seen estimates in some colleges, maybe 15 to 20% of the students are enrolled for personal reasons. That would be taking art or music or physical education or Spanish or literature, those kinds of things. I think maybe it's really hard to know exactly, maybe 5 to 10% of the course workload, because they don't enroll in as many classes. So the question is, can we afford this at a time when we're rationing and students aren't able to get in who are seeking degrees and certificates? I think it may be also time to look at this ability to benefit criterion that is in the master plan, and I think maybe there's 2 ways to look at this. One is, can we continue to enroll students at the very lowest levels of preparation? There's good data in our state, and there's good data across the country of the very minuscule chances of ever even transitioning to college level work, let alone earning a degree, for students who enter very, very poorly prepared. But another way to look at that would be to maybe set some kind of forward progress conditions on students. So we would continue to be totally open enrollment without conditions, but students would, if they haven't shown met some kind of threshold of forward performance after some period of time, defined however we would define it, that, then maybe that would be a basis for trying to purposefully ration enrollment in accordance with the mission. And addressing these mission issues, I think, requires an important change in the colleges, and that is we do not ask in the colleges, students do not declare major programs of study. They're asked to state a general goal, which is transfer, workforce skills, personal. But even the system will tell you that those data are not updated and they're not very reliable. But we don't take that next step, like in the university system, and ask students what program of study they're pursuing, what major. If we did that, I think we'd have a much better handle on addressing these mission issues. We could identify students who were there for personal enrichment and think about maybe charging them more or having a different delivery system for accommodating those needs. We could also then look at forward progress towards meeting a goal. If we don't know what the goal is, if we don't know what the program of study is that the student is pursuing, then we can't very well track progress towards goals. Moving to the second topic of governance, we have a very complex and cumbersome governance structure with shared governance at the state and local level. We have, as I'm sure you know, 72 locally elected boards that set many of their own policies, and we have a state board and a state chancellor with limited powers and limited staffing. There's also shared governance across multiple internal stakeholder groups. There are different models in other states, some I noted in the written testimony, and I haven't seen any definitive research that one model of governance is better than another. But in my work at the national level, I see states with less cumbersome governance making more progress towards enacting some of these state policy approaches to increase student success. I think a key issue here is, could a more centralized governance structure accommodate, or how could a more centralized governance structure accommodate the need for colleges in very differing regions to serve those different needs? And regardless of governance form, I would argue that the state chancellor's office has to be given more authority and more resources to manage this huge and critical system. Finally, on the issue of finance, in answer to the question posed to me, the current policies hinder colleges' ability to improve student success in two general ways. One is that we are funding enrollment, and all of the fiscal incentives are about enrolling students in classes for a couple of weeks. The official count is about the third week of the term. So I think any community college official will tell you that there's a huge fixation on getting students in the door, irrespective of why they're there and whether the college has the resources to serve them well.
Why is that? Why is there such pressure?
Because they're so poorly funded to begin with that all of the incentive has to be to get students to get the funding. That's how you get the funding.
That's really the point of the question. So
Right.
we are existing in a system. It's like what happens every 10 years when you have a census and everybody
Right.
wants to count every head because it has
Right.
profound impacts on entitlements and
Right.
redistricting and whatnot. And so you're in the same
That's a good
situation.
analogy.
Right.
Right.
It's just the ADA, the average daily attendance. I mean, essentially.
Right.
That's it. I mean, and that's the problem is, you know, that ADA aspect just focuses on bodies in the door, not what you're producing and what you're pushing back out. So I think that's a concern.
Right.
Yeah, but it's a huge concern because it completely disrupts the focus from A, outcomes, and B, the quality of the experience and the purpose.
Yeah, right.
And so, and everybody's sort of stuck in this
Right.
cycle of generating revenue for the purpose of having bodies in the classroom without necessarily.
And I'll get back to that in just a second. But the second way that our policies hinder colleges' ability to help students succeed is this huge array of rules and regulations that we bind them with. How colleges must and must not use their resources. Our system is nationally notorious for overregulation. It's really contrary to any principle of modern management, where you want to hold institutions accountable for what the outcomes are, not how they accomplish those.
Is that statute-based, or is that
It's-
some agency putting rules that?
It's largely statutory, and then it's regulatory. There's statutes, and then there's regulations, and then Title V. code of regulations.
But primarily regulatory. I mean, primarily statute-based.
Yes. But these rules are very hard to change, in part because of this complicated governance structure that I just described. So addressing the formula, to go to your question, I think it really amounts to a change in thinking. What do we want to fund the colleges to do? Do we want to fund them? Do we want to buy enrollment? Or do we want to fund them to enroll and educate students? And as you pursue this, if you pursue this, I would urge you not to be swayed by those who point to past failures of attempts at performance funding, because they have largely failed. And those who reflexively declare that such a system will hurt the colleges that serve vulnerable populations. There are new models. There's lots of good thinking across the country. Several states are taking the steps to do this smartly, and I think that we could be smart too as we approach this issue. And then finally, related to the second problem of constraints and rules and regulations, I think we need to take a hard look at that and give colleges the flexibility that their widely varying circumstances call for. So in closing, there is an awful lot of fear of change across the system in relation to all of these issues, everything that's going on, all of the studies and everything that's being called for. Change is always hard, it's always scary, but I think the fear is especially understandable here because, as I said in the beginning, policymakers have never really made the effort to understand the complex mission and all the challenges of the community college system. So again, I commend you for taking that step, and I hope that by increasing understanding, we can reduce fear and help usher in some of these helpful changes.
Start with Commissioner Mitchell.
I'm glad we let you finish. I will start my comments out with that this is a soapbox that I have watched, that I've stood on for a while. I actually remember doing some work with Commissioner Bradshaw years ago around the nursing crisis in California, and was completely baffled at the discussions we were having about the lack of capacity to train nurses, and when 70% of the nurses come out of the community college system. And so I think my questions revolve around the structure, and I'll give you the 4 questions first, but are the regulations and the statutes are in place, obviously, but I always question why we don't have more regional collaboration. In San Diego County, you have a community college system, you have capacity issues, but there doesn't seem to be regional collaboration amongst the community colleges where, if something's full here at Southwest, then, Maryland Southwest sends them to Palomar. And so is that a barrier that is prevented by statute? That's my first question. And then, shouldn't the mission be? Can you create a mission and that says, look, we're going to meet the needs of a growing California? We know where the shortfalls are in terms of employees, and there's a talk about H-1B visas and the creativity crisis, and we're not producing enough in-state people. So can you take community colleges and create specific focus sections at the colleges so that people know? There's a high school here in Sacramento, for instance, that's a healthcare high school. And the kids that go there know that when they graduate, they're ready to go on to whether it's community college or the UC system and start a career in the healthcare industry. Is it impossible to create focused centers and community colleges around our areas of need that we're talking about so much here in California? And then the other aspect of this is, can you look at expanding the community colleges in the major job centers? Capacity is one of those things that's baffling because if I'm in community college and I know there's people who want to take personal enrichment, I would prefer to go to Dan's big company and say, hey, listen, can I offer these personal enrichment courses on your campus somewhere and save the capacity space for the things that people are asking for more so? I don't see that type of collaboration or that side of outside the box thinking. And then Commissioner Bradshaw, was there a big focus on working with your office at Workforce Development with the community colleges because you saw the needs that were going in California, and it just seemed to be a natural synergy. So that's the basic premise of my focus.
Well, on the collaboration, I'm not sure I can answer. I'm not aware of any statutory or regulatory prohibitions for collaboration. I think there are a lot of good examples of collaboration, and I'm sure that some of the people from the system could give those to you. I can't. I thought you were going to ask about regional collaboration across segments. And I know that there are some really good examples where the community colleges and the state university and the university systems collaborate.
Well, I'm seeing that more now.
That's
though.
a good model.
Yeah, that's a
to
good
be
model. So
working.
but that's not across the board. So I think we heard before that if you go to a community college, that they will tie to a UC system school that says when you transfer, all your credits are counted.
Well, I'm talking about more than transfer. I'm talking about a region just gets together with all of its institutions and does kind of what you're
Sure.
asking.
Okay.
Like, what are the regional needs? Where's the job market? Where are the unemployed people?
Sure.
And what?
And you're not seeing that.
Well, no, I am. I think
Okay.
there are some good examples of that. And I would say, in terms of your second question of can we better target the mission, I do think that's an issue that extends beyond the community colleges, and it's something that I didn't write about and I didn't think I had time to say, but our institute and others have written a lot about the huge absence of statewide higher education planning in the state. It's really a big shame. Other states have much more capacity, advising the governor, advising the legislature, creating statewide strategic plans that do just the kinds of things that you were talking about, whether on a state level or on a state and regional level. What are the goals? What do we need? Where are we? Where do we need to get? How are we going to get there? And it can't just be about the community colleges then, because it has to be about all segments. And we're just, there are some, kind of efforts going on that, but there's nothing coming out. We haven't, going back several administrations of governors, we just haven't had that priority coming out of the governor's office.
I think, in closing, my concern is that I have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old, so I'm watching a bevy of babysitters who grow up with my kids and then go off to college, and they're all going out of state. The UC competition is so tough these days that if you have a 3.8, you may not get in, and so it looks like we're losing a lot of talented kids that are going out of state to go to school because we don't have this collaborative regional approach to start here. The UC class that you want, or the UC school that you wanted to get into, you can't, but you can start at the community college. Maybe they offer some of those courses at the community college, so you're still getting your degree towards graduating from that university. I just don't see that sort of collaborative approach that's being aggressive, and so but that's a concern. And then second piece is, with all the baby boomers retiring and their first retirement, and they're looking for that personal enrichment because they want to get back into the workforce in a different way. There's going to be a huge clash in California because the number of people who are taking personal enrichment classes looking for their second career is going to increase, and that's going to take up space for the students that are graduating and trying to start their first career, and I think that's a huge concern.
I want to address 2 points that you made. On your first example of people who aren't able to get into UC and they're going to community colleges, that's an excellent example of why we need statewide coordination, because what's happening is because of these cuts at the universities and they're raising admission requirements in all kinds of ways, you do have a lot of students who are technically UC and CSU eligible, choosing or being forced to go elsewhere, and they're going to, and that's part of the reason that the community colleges are so overrun with enrollment and underfunded for the enrollment that they have. But then what's happening, we documented this several years ago in a study that we did. Those students are the kinds that are better able to navigate and advocate for themselves and get in to the community colleges. And who's dropping out? Who is it that's not getting in? And so unless we look at the interaction across the segments from a statewide level, we're not going to really have the best policy approaches to this. Your other point, I just wanted to make a distinction. When I talk about personal enrichment, I'm not talking about those people who may have a degree already and need to retool because of economic changes in workforce. I would call that, that's personal enrichment is just pure for personal enrichment.
For the knowledge.
For the knowledge, right. But I think another, another part of the mission that is, one could argue, is as valid as helping students earn their first certificates and degrees would be people who have been displaced, laid off, whatever, and they are retooling to keep up with the new economy. And that's another reason why I think I would like to see us do a much better job of tracking why students are there, because we don't want to, our work, we've been criticized in the past for, if we count completions, well, some of these students they aren't seeking to complete. They already have a degree. They just need 2, 3, 4 courses. But we don't know how to account for that because we don't know who those students are and why they're there. But it's a very important mission that the colleges serve.
That's a frustration because of the jobless economy. You have a lot more, a bigger segment of those people.
Right.
Jobless recovery, sorry.
Commissioner Bradshaw?
Well, actually, it's a problem even in an economy where we had plenty of jobs. We have asked the community colleges to do a very interesting thing. First of all, they're taking people who are underqualified or underprepared because the K through 12 isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing, or at least for those individuals. And then we have hordes of college-degreed students who graduate from college and have no skills, 0 skills. They have nothing that's applicable in the workforce. So they then go back and use the community colleges to get the skills in order to go out and get a job. So we've got them coming from both ends. And then we're asking the community colleges to produce almost 80% of our healthcare workers between RNs, allied health, and it's not just capacity there. It's having faculty, because you have to have faculty, and there's a shortage in the workplace. Plus, you need a clinical space, and we're paying the same ADA for that as we are for somebody who's on a pleasure or enrichment. So, I mean, we're asking them to do quite a bit in terms of our economy and taking care of people who other systems have not taken care of. So I think it's not only a complicated governance, it's a complicated social issue that we've got to deal with.
But adjusting the mission probably would help because we need to get them focused. I mean,
that's what I mean. But
yeah.
it is not just that they're allowing this to happen. It's other systems of forcing these issues on them.
You have any comment on that?
Well, yes. Guess maybe it's a plug for our upcoming report that's coming out on Monday. But we're issuing a report on the career technical education mission of the colleges, and so it's not that it's a questioning of the mission, but it's setting priorities across the missions. I think that what we find is that there's a huge untapped potential in that area to help students, and the research will show that students who get a workforce-oriented certificate or an associate degree can find better high-paying jobs than many of the people you're talking about who are coming back to the community colleges because they're not able to find good employment with their four-year degrees. So we found that there are a lot of students making a lot of progress, earning a lot of credits, but for some reason in the system we haven't really made a priority on the issuance, the tailoring of occupationally oriented certificates and associate degrees, tailoring those to the needs of the region, promoting those to students so they understand that, recruiting students into those programs, and then providing a clear, again, it goes back to the issue of enrolling in programs, getting students formally enrolled in a program, saying here's what you have to do. So we have a lot of students who are taking vocational courses, a lot of students who are earning well more than enough credits to earn a vocational certificate or degree. But as you could see from the sheet that I handed out here, only 5% of all the students earn a certificate, and only 3% of all of the students earn a vocational associate degree. So I think it's not changing the mission, but just trying to get to realize the potential of the career technical education mission in today's economic environment.
Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Brewer.
Could you explain, do you know what that non-completer still enrolled 15%, who that is? Is that personal enrichment or?
No, we have attempted as best we could to take personal enrichment out. So these are people who, by their enrollment behavior, appear to be seeking a certificate or degree. But, students take a long time because most students go part-time. Sometimes, we'll get them in that 2003-4 cohort, but then they may stop out and they may come back. So it may not even be that they've been going to school for 6 years. They may just be in this system and gone out and come back for family reasons, personal reasons, work reasons, whatever. Many of them, as I mentioned, start very underprepared, so they'll take the first couple of years to work on the remedial coursework. So they're just still there.
Or could it be like some of the kids in the CSU system that have 300 units and probably have no intention of ever graduating?
I did see some data about that from a college recently about, and I think the Legislative Analyst's Office pointed that out. There are some people who just, like to go to school.
Commissioner Brewer?
Thank you for being here this morning. My questions are going to kind of jump all around. You mentioned a regional approach by certain districts that were doing it well. Would you expand on that?
Well, I am a member of the Chancellor's Task Force on Student Success, and at the last meeting we heard what I found to be a very inspiring presentation from the Vice President for Student Services at Santa Ana College, talking about all of the regional work that they're doing in there with Fullerton and with UC Irvine. And I know that the Long Beach partnership is highly regarded in the Long Beach area across the segments. I can't give you, I think there are people in the room here who probably could give you a lot more detail.
All right, well, let me ask you this as a follow-up question. Is it logical thinking to think that you could take a region like Santa Ana, and then there are other community colleges close by, where one college would focus on technical vocational, one college would focus on kids that want to transfer, that they all have their specialty within the region rather than duplicating those services?
I think that's a very intriguing idea. I know that some people would have concerns about that. There's always that specter of tracking. My views on that is I think that while we, of course, have to be very wary of the wrong kind of tracking, I think that part of that fear is misguided because it's hearkening back to the economy of old that we don't have anymore, and the fear that technical jobs are low-end jobs with poor prospects, but I think today's economy doesn't look like that at all. So I've thought about that. I think that's a really good model to pursue. I think you would need to have really good coordination across those, so that a student who went, and you'd have to have good articulation and transferability of courses, so that students who went somewhere and maybe changed their mind or got inspired to do something else. But I definitely think it's a model worth looking at.
And do you have any data on the number of community college students that are on federal or state aid?
I don't have that data. I do know that the system is working to improve this, but as of a couple years ago, there was a report published that showed that California's community college students availed themselves of federal Pell Grants at far lower rates than community college students in other states, and far lower rates than they could be based on their eligibility. And part of the reason, I believe, is that there's been kind of a less than full, informational campaign. Students, because our fees have been so low, the message that students got was, you don't really need financial aid because our fees are low and they can be waived because there's a Board of Governors fee waiver. But the data that I've seen are that the fees are something like 5, 6, 7% of the total cost. And when you add the cost of books and housing and everything else, so I know there's a concerted effort to get more of our students to apply for and get financial aid.
Is there restrictions on financial aid as to if you're going for a certificate, if you're transferring, or just personal?
No, I'm not a financial aid expert,
Okay.
but I know that you can certainly get financial aid if you're going for a certificate. There's some provisions about when you complete a program, and I'm not so sure how that works. I don't want to give you misinformation, but you certainly are eligible for financial aid if you're pursuing a certificate.
We talked a little bit about personal enrichment. Is that really a duplication of services when you look at the entities that offer personal enrichment? I mean, the high schools offer it, the community colleges offer it. Many of the universities are now doing lifelong learning institutions.
Mm-hmm.
There are cities that offer personal enrichment.
Well, and as another example, I think it's a pricing. I think it's been a pricing thing to a large extent. You could take yoga at a community college, or you could take yoga at your gym. So which is cheaper, which you might take. And we've looked at this, and I think in other states, it's not even an issue that comes up much in other states. And I think because other states have much higher tuitions for the most part, so that computation just doesn't, that calculation doesn't present itself to individuals of going to the community college to take yoga. They would go down to their to their gym. And I think, the issue is, I know some attempts have been made that I don't think is the right way to get at it, which is to reduce the funding level for certain courses. Like, let's not fund PE courses as highly. Let's not fund art courses as highly. But as the Chancellor's Office has rightly pointed out, a lot of those courses, students enroll in those courses because they are part of degree programs. You get college credit for them. I think a better way to get at it, but would require this knowing why students are there. I think a better way to get at it is not the course, but the person. And so I think that we could have students who are enrolling for personal enrichment maybe pay higher fees to access those courses. You could have, like, extension. You could have a different delivery system where they may be in the same courses, but they may be coming through a different delivery system and paying.
Have they ever
paying
considered laddered fees?
What?
Laddered fees, where if you were taking basic education, it was lower, and then if and then
Not that I'm aware of, no.
But the tiered pricing is a good question, because realistically, if you're there for personal enrichment, if you're there because you selected a career track that you want to do, and there's some courses that are tied to that, that would make sense that you'd have lower pricing. But if you're there for personal enrichment, it's not tied to a career track, you should pay higher fees.
Makes sense.
Do you have any specific ideas on how to incentivize the students to completion rather than as they're now incentivized to enroll?
Yeah, that's a big, complicated topic. I do have some ideas. There's, I think, been a real breakthrough on the whole performance funding front, that it was begun in the state of Washington's community and technical college system, which was looking at student progression. There's a concern that if you just reward colleges for completion or graduation, that you are holding them accountable in some sense for things that they don't have a whole control over. But in Washington, they've developed this progression framework where the colleges get some credits for moving students from wherever they begin up to the next level and to the next level. And it's based on research showing some key points that have been found to propel students forward. So, for example, moving a level in developmental or remedial sequences. Passing college math is a huge barrier, so the colleges can work hard to do that. So I think redesigning a formula that will give colleges incentive to move students forward as well as for completions. I think that I would favor, I'm not in favor of the models, and in Washington State they actually do this. They use that framework, but then they devote just a very little bit of money on top of, they don't change the basic funding. So they're still saying, we're paying you to enroll students, and then, by the way, we've got less than 1% of the money here held aside that we can give you as a little bonus if you for what you do. I'm in favor of rethinking what it is we're funding the colleges to do. We need to redesign the formula itself. It's got to have a big provision in it for enrollment, because that's a huge workload factor, and you can't get away from that, and you can't get away from the importance of access. But I would be in favor of having a formula that had, I don't know the exact amount, some amount for 75% for, enrollment, and 25% for these kinds of progression and completion measures.
Would it be logical to do tiered fees where it's more expensive to be a freshman, and as you earn more units, the fees would go down? I
think variable tuition pricing is something that would be interesting to look at. I think that there's data, conclusive data, that students who enroll full-time do so much better than students who enroll part-time. So I think some kind of variable pricing structure that would make it cheaper per unit for a student to take more units. And I forgot another point on your question, to create incentives for students. I mean, I think there's two avenues to pursue. One is to create incentives for the colleges, but the other is to create incentives for students. So students could have, registration priority. That's a huge item. Registration priority for students. And there's so much that's being learned now about behaviors that are valuable, that correlate with success, like attending orientation, seeing a counselor, having and following an educational plan. So I think anything that could be explored that would give students the incentive, either by getting a tuition rebate or a registration priority or, something for them to follow these successful behaviors would be an important piece of the whole finance puzzle.
Thank you.
Commissioner Swartz and then Commissioner Shapiro.
Good morning again. Well, is there any data, maybe your upcoming report's going to touch on this, describing or touching on a correlation between graduation with a degree from a community college and job placement? In other words, some way to definitively, or at least describe through statistics, that an associate's degree yields a higher paying job, or for that matter, any paying job in the particular discipline that the person is studying.
There's national data. I think there's some good, at the national, there's some good data from other parts of the country here, and I think most places. We haven't even linked our K-12 and higher ed data systems, and we certainly haven't linked it to the employment sector.
All right, so everyone's focused, we've had a lot of discussion about completion, which I find kind of troubling that the completion rates are so low. And yet, the other hand, I don't find it that troubling, and I'll explain why. It's an open enrollment. You can check in and you can check out. And as Commissioner Brewer said, the students don't really have any skin in the game. There's no financial incentives to stay other than the long-term view of wanting to better their lives. Well, that's a pretty good incentive, but they have no financial incentive in the form of paying into the tuition. So the completion rates are worrisome, because you figure if you go in, you ought to come out with a degree. But the only thing that one should focus on, if one believes that the mission is to deliver these young men and women to good-paying jobs, is, are they getting them? And if we don't know the answer to that, then we have no way to begin to redefine the mission. And that...
No, I think it's a big area where we need to work to link our data systems with the jobs.
So that brings
employment data.
The bigger question, which is the mission to deliver these young men and women to jobs so they can be productive members of the community, and that they get those jobs based on the skills they learned? Is that the mission, in your view? Should that be the mission?
I think that there isn't any single answer to that. I will quote the student leader who's a member on the Student Success Task Force at the last meeting when we were having a discussion about what is student success, and he said students enter the colleges because they want to get good jobs. End of his sentence. I think that it can't only be about that, but I think in view of the dire need for the state, and you're looking ahead, you look at, we're getting we put this in a lot of our reports, each successively younger generation in California is getting less and less well educated in terms of the proportion of them that holds an associate degree or higher. The Public Policy Institute of California's projection that we're going to be short 1 million bachelor's degrees. I mean, I think that that's got to be the overriding concern.
So one last question, which is, what linkage is there, if any, between outplacement, meaning helping these young men and women get jobs? I don't just mean career counseling, like here's a bulletin board where Northrop is hiring somebody who's got a welding associate's degree. I mean, real collaboration between employers and the schools that is taking place during that 2-year period where they should be studying, so that the transition is not just seamless, but the employer actually has already gotten to know this person.
This is another issue that's being faced across the country, and there's been a couple of really good reports issued lately by the Community College Research Center at Teachers College, Columbia, that have talked about. Oh, and also there's a national organization now called Complete College America, and they've just put out some really good work on certificates. And there is this, I guess, recognition nationally that of lack of structure, and that students they don't come in. It's not like we hear a lot about the for-profits, and I know that that's wrought with problems, but what we hear again and again, why students may be attracted to go to a for-profit, is the for-profit will say, here are the 10 programs that we offer. You can come in, and if you enter this one, this is what you need to do, and you'll follow it. So some of this work that I've seen recently from the Complete College America folks and the Community College Research Center is talking about the need to do just what you're talking about, to have much more collaboration between the colleges and the employers in a region, determine what is needed, structure the programs, and then And here's where, the resource, the lack of counselors and advisors and career counselors really comes into play. But help students come in and decide what it is that they want to do. And when they do that, there's a clear roadmap that will lead to a job that's been validated by the interaction with the employment community.
Right. So if I may just ask one more question. So I took a look at the Long Beach Community College curriculum. I didn't look at every course that was offered, but I looked at it. And it looked pretty vocationally oriented, welding, healthcare. And I'm wondering whether or not those curricula are actually matching up to what the employers want, and whether or not the employers have a meaningful role in the design of the curriculum so those skills are actually relevant to them.
Well,
in other words, this whole thing seems to me to fail if you're not delivering a product in the form of a well-trained student to the end user, that being the employer. And I'm not hearing anything from you, or for that matter, anything I've seen in the reports, but I'd be interested in the testimony to suggest that everything is being focused on the anticipated needs of the employer, as opposed to, say, jobs in industries that are dying.
Well, one thing I've learned about the community colleges is, you can never say a blanket statement about the colleges. There are 112 of them, 72 districts, and I'm sure you'll find in some colleges that they do a really good job of exactly what you're saying. I'm not sure that you'd find that everywhere, and I think that others in the room are probably best able to speak to that.
Commissioner Shapiro and then Commissioner Bradshaw.
The for-profits, would it be fair to say are as much geniuses of marketing rather than products? I mean, what concerns me is the message of what the community college producing. Is that message competing at all with the for-profits, who seem to be selling something that they're not actually delivering? And is there...
Yeah, maybe they're selling something they're not delivering, and maybe we're delivering something that we're not selling.
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's precisely my point. And to the degree that you are one of the resources that need to be funded, maybe the community college has considered that issue, because it seems to me that's a problem, is the message of what the community college is delivering is not being sold to the public.
I think it's more than just better messaging, though, and it goes back to I've just been convinced that one of the most important things we could do is start to really talk in terms of enrolling students in programs, and that would require the colleges to more clearly define the programs that they offer. We documented in our upcoming report one college that had something like 27 certificates in information technology, and another that had 11 different associate degrees in engineering technology. It's just, I'm not sure that the processes for taking away things on the books and old programs are keeping up with the processes for adding programs. And I think that you come in and, the students who come to our community colleges today, many of them are, they're very unskilled at navigating all of these choices. They don't know the difference between a certificate and a degree. We have so many things. So I think if we did a better job of organizing the offerings into a coherent set of programs, help students learn about them and enroll in them.
This is just my point. And my three children, who are 13, and 9, can tell you exactly what ITT offers, because they see the commercials. And the community college, particularly for students who are not as sophisticated and who need these skills, I think would do a great service, not selling the products, but just making the menu of products more accessible and available to the consumer. My second question is, can we alter your mission independent of the other two legs of the stool? Because when I read the master plan from 1960, the intent was that the three would work hand in glove and not alter one without altering the other. And isn't it awfully unfair for you to be sort of left figuring out what the mission should be without the input of the other
Right.
two institutions.
I totally agree with you. I mean, that's why we've said, and again and again, that we need to have much more proactive, stronger, coordinated statewide planning for higher education. We just don't have it.
So you walk to the line, but you don't quite cross it. Are you in favor of abolishing, redoing, or completely changing the master plan for higher education? Or
Oh, I'm in favor of kind of just moving forward to having a strategic plan for higher education. I mean, the master plan, the principles are great. It's not really a detailed operational plan that's going to help us right now. So I don't think we need another master plan review. I mean, those haven't led to, I think, enough actionable steps. I think we need it's being called a public agenda in many states. It's like a strategic plan. We need to set our goals, and then we need to have operational plans for what policies we need, what resource investments we need, and who's supposed to do what to get from here to there.
so okay, let me clear. You
So
think
yes,
you think a system that's got a set of regents running one part of it, board trustees running another part, and this sort of, I'll call it a trifurcated system running the community colleges, is capable of this type of coordination interaction?
Say that again? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
This system we've got now is going to make all this work.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to make it all this work, but we need to have a statewide effort to figure out if it can make it work. And I think that there may be a need to have different kinds of institutions. We were talking about this the other day in a meeting. Right now, we can have one of three kinds of institutions. We can't, there's no hybrid. We can't have, just an undergraduate UC, for example. We have to have, you can buy a UC that's got all of the trappings of graduate education and research, or that it's got that set of eligibility requirements, or you can have, a CSU, or you can have a community college if you're expanding, but, maybe it's time to think about different kinds of institutions at a regional level.
Jonathan, are you finished? Yes. Okay, Commissioner Bradshaw?
Hi, I've got a couple things. Can I answer David's question, which I don't mean to testify for you, but a lot of the certificate programs have internships associated with them. In fact, some of the community colleges have internship programs, and that's all they do is place it with employers to make sure there is a connection. I don't know if it's across all community colleges, but those that have good programs that work with businesses have ongoing and thriving internship programs.
Do they work?
Yeah.
They yield full-time employment?
They, in fact, most of them get picked off before they complete. So I shouldn't say most of them, a good portion of them. Where there's shortages, where there's opening for jobs, and hopefully that's where the programs are. But going back along those lines, I do think there has to be a completion, some sort of completion certificate on even career technical education. I think there has to be some incentive both by industry to help get whatever the prerequisites are for being a skilled worker in that particular industry sector. And I think the community college has to work with them to get to that, so there is a continuing relevance. But along the lines of those who stay on 6 years or longer, however it is, and don't seem to be working towards it, not only should we, I think, maybe consider sliding fees from the employees, the student side, but perhaps we should consider a sliding reimbursement rate so that if somebody has been there longer,
Right.
there's less reimbursement to the college, so that there's less incentive to keep these people going, that their priority is those who are actually going towards completion and certification.
Right. The Legislative Analyst's Office recently put out a report that was trying to get at that. After a certain number of credits that should be well enough to accomplish something, then the reimbursement would cease, state reimbursement.
You mentioned in your testimony that I think it was Florida has a longitudinal data system that tracks students through their sort of educational careers. I think in California we've close maybe to knowing how many kids that start high school drop out, which is sort of a sad statement on where we are. How valuable would a really good data system be is it worth investing in, and how can you create these transformations if you don't have the data to do it? Because, I mean, even your data, which is interesting, is, it's
Limited.
at
Very
best.
limited.
Sure.
Well, as an example, we've never been able to do any analysis that's really valid to look at students coming in from high school, the students who are not college ready, because we don't have, the community colleges doesn't get data on the readiness of students, except for you may have heard of CalPass, which is a voluntary regional effort, but not statewide. We don't have data on readiness. We don't have data on income, family income. We don't have data on program of goal and program of enrollment, and we don't have data on tracking people into the labor market. So, and we don't have data on how students do, when they transfer. So I think that there's no substitute for having a good data system, and I know there are national efforts that are pushing states to do that. Florida's always held up as the model.
Okay. Two other topics I wanted to explore with you a little bit. First one is rationing. And I'll go back, on a couple of the comments I make. We did a study on the community colleges back in 2000, and so I sat through this so people get to hear my history lessons again. But one of the things we heard then is that, there's obviously some shortages in some high-demand fields in the, in the professional areas, and the community colleges are primarily responsible for educating those students so that they're ready to go in. We heard about nursing. That's the one that you hear about all the time. So we had these nursing programs, waiting lists to get in, admitting by lottery, and having 30 and 40 and 50% dropout rates. Is that still the case, or has that been fixed?
Well, actually, Chancellor Scott is probably the best one to talk to you about that.
Well, I'm going to ask him, too.
Because he authored a bill that allowed there to be some prerequisites in addition to, so the admission into the programs was not just by lottery, but it was to address that issue. We let people in by lottery, and we have big dropout rates, and we have, nursing shortage.
So that
didn't
problem,
make a whole lot of
that
sense.
problem's fixed generally in your...
I don't know. I'm not going to. I think maybe you should ask. I think that different colleges across the state are taking different approaches, and I think that the attrition rate has improved, but I don't have the data on that.
Okay. And then the other thing I just on the same field I kind of wanted to ask about from your perspective and your research is, you've got a Bachelor of Arts degree from San Jose State in communications, and you've decided you want to go into radiology. You can't even get into the radiology college because you haven't taken 4 biology classes, 2 chemistry classes, and 3 math classes. I mean, you got 2 years worth of work to go back just to get your prerequisites done so you can get into the radiology section. Do we have facilities and the capacity to serve that kind of a need, or is that a place where we don't?
I guess I'm not understanding the bigger issue there. I mean, if somebody's making a career change that's that dramatic, I don't really know how one would avoid taking all those courses that are prerequisites.
I'm not suggesting they should.
Okay.
I'm just asking if do we have the capacity in the system to address that kind of, because I think there's going to be a lot of that going on.
Yeah. I don't see why we wouldn't. I mean, it's part of our overall capacity. We have a huge capacity problem overall, but I don't think we have that particular problem.
Okay. The last thing I wanted to ask you about is transfers. I know there's a new bill and there's a new transfer system. We looked at this before. Is this going to fix the problem, you think? Because, when we looked at this before, I mean, I'll never forget we had testimony from someone who was they had a commission working on nomenclature for basic English, 1A, 1B, that would transfer throughout the system, whether you were going from any community college to any SAIC university to any UC. So I asked the question, so how long is it going to take? She said 5 years to come up with common nomenclature for basic English, which I found, okay, but I'm not into all the particulars of what's in an English program, but, it shouldn't be as complicated as that. They ever finish that? And if it takes 5 years to do basic English, how are we, how do we have any chance of doing the larger, transfer umbrella that makes the labyrinth navigable by students who want to transfer?
Right. Well, I think that the new bill has a huge upside potential to fix this problem. we wrote a report on that was used in the process of developing the bill, and we pointed out that it's really where the problem is the lower division major prerequisites. And we pointed out, we just put a chart in our table showing that if you wanted to transfer in psychology and you were considering staying in Northern California, we looked at 3 Northern California UCs and 3 Northern California CSUs, and the lower division major preparation requirements were all different. And especially these days when you can't be sure. And if you know exactly where you're transferring from and where you're transferring to, then you could follow these local articulation agreements. But these days, you really don't know if you're going to get into your first or second or third choices. So this bill has the potential to standardize those lower division major prerequisites. Now, as the bill was enacted, it wasn't. It doesn't require that it be the same pattern. It requires every college to develop associate degrees for transfer, which if a student finished, they would be eligible to be a junior in their field. But it didn't require that psychology transfer degree be the same in all colleges. But as I believe, and I know that Jane Patton from the Academic Senate is here and can correct me if I'm wrong and clarify the status of implementation, I believe the system is working towards having it be common across all colleges, and I think that would be a huge step. And I know that the implementation process is going to take time. I can't answer your questions about where we are in that process and when any of these degrees will be completed. Defined.
Okay. Mr. Bradshaw?
Thank you. If you take the 392,419 on your sheet, the ones who have been enrolled or during the last 6 years, if we ran each of those individuals against the state's base wage file, we could find out how they're doing if they have a job and how they're doing in the job financially.
Well, the data that I've seen, the system does put out some data on that. And as I understand it, the problem with that, if you show the wages of a student before and then after, you can't sort out what extent the higher wages is due to not being in any school any longer and now working full-time. Maybe they were working part-time in college and full-time afterwards. So you can't really identify the portion of the hourly wage.
Because the base wage file also has a total number of hours, so you could do it by hour, you could do it by however. If you wanted to really look to see if this group, a certain defined group, by individual, and you wouldn't want to identify it by individual, you would do it as however you want to break it out. But you could find out if 6 years in that 6-year period, if their duration in the community college had an impact on their ability to earn an income.
Okay, well, that would be a good thing.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate your candor and your answers, and
thank you very much for inviting me.
We'll
working on this.
Be in touch with you from time to time. That'd be great. Call our next witness, please.
For statewide perspectives on mission, governance, and finance, Jack Scott is Chancellor of the California Community Colleges. Prior to joining community colleges, Chancellor Scott was a state senator and chaired the Senate Committee on Education and the Senate Budget and Fiscal Review Subcommittee on Education. Chancellor Scott also served as president of the Pasadena City College and president of Cypress College. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Hoover Commission, Chancellor.
Well, it's great to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Certainly, several of you I've known in my past life, and I'm very glad to get acquainted with the rest of you. And I'm really glad to appear before the Hoover Commission, Little Hoover Commission, and that is because the analysis that you'll offer or the things that you suggest, we always welcome those kind of things. We're looking constantly to ways in which we can improve the California community colleges. Before I get into my testimony, I was itching to get up here to give you some statistics on this job business that you wanted. And so we do have an excellent research program in our Chancellor's office. We call it ARC, which is a research component. And we did research, and we tied it with EDD. So let me give you this. For instance, in 2003-4, when the student had a median income of 28,828. 3 years later, they had an income of 53,000, median income of 52,784, or that's an increase of 87%. These are people who got a vocational certificate or a vocational associate degree. In that same period of time, California median income went up 18%. So if you got this vocational certificate, your income went up 87%. If you were just looking at the median income of Californians per capita, it went up 18%. So that seems to be a direct result of the vocational certificate. When they entered, they had a 28,000 median income, which they were slightly below the per capita income of 34,922, and then they are now, in 3 years, 12,000 above the median income. So we're very proud of those kind of statistics. Now, we do have problems in terms of our career technical program. We have 175 career technical programs, and every one of those programs requires that there be an advisory committee with the industry. If, for instance, if you're going in into getting an associate vocational program in auto mechanics, there's an auto mechanics advisory committee that has to meet at least once a year, and so we have constant input, and so we have set that up. That's part of the regulation of any of our vocational, and I'll use the term vocational and career technical interchangeably, but I just wanted to, I know that was something on your mind, so I wanted to clarify that.
May I ask?
Can I just interrupt because it's just on a point you made? 107. You have 175 advisory committees. Or
Yeah.
you said
we have
you
many
had
more than that.
175 programs.
We have 175 programs in the 112 community colleges.
That's what okay.
You know, as I recall, like at Pasadena City College, where I served as president, we had something like maybe 30 to 40 programs. But you will have a different program, say, in an agricultural program in, say, Fresno City College, and you'll have a biotech program at Pasadena City College. So that we can have that kind of actual response to the community itself.
We as the entire system, not just your office.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'll make it a little clearer what we refers to. But when I'm talking we, I'm talking about the California community colleges.
David, did you want to chime in?
You've already said a couple of very provocative things, so I'm going to let you finish some of the background. I do have a couple of follow-ups, but I'll wait to maybe you'll answer my questions.
Okay, let me say this about California community colleges. I'm reminded of that great opening statement in The Tale of Two Cities, where it says it was the best of times and it was the worst of times. Why would it be the best of times for community colleges? Well, I've never known the community colleges to be so popular. All kinds of needs we're answering. We're answering the need of the person who wants to transfer and can't get into CSU and UC. We're answering the need of the person who is out of work and needs to be retrained. And we, of course, do go ahead and work with remedial education because, remedial education occurs even in the UC and certainly in the CSU, but, of course, since we're an open access institution, and that was part of the master plan, it's our job to take any and everyone who has a high school diploma, or even those who are older and who can benefit by a community college education. So the only thing that is interrupting our open access mission is the fact that we have insufficient resources to offer enough classes to answer all the needs. And you did use the word rationing, and I've used it quite a bit because I've said, unfortunately, we're in the business of rationing, and we've got to do it as intelligently as possible. I wish we weren't in the business of rationing, but the fact that we took an 8% cut 2 years ago, and Governor Brown is proposing that we take an additional 5% cut in the budget that's before us. And, of course, obviously, if taxes don't pass, then the cut would be much more horrendous than that. And so we haven't yet looked at that, but we have looked at the proposed $400 million cut in Governor Brown's budget, but there's also an increase of $10 a unit, which will generate $110 million, so our actual net cut would be 5%, which is $290 million.
Chancellor, I just had a quick question.
Sure.
Because on the cuts, you know, I read your testimony, and the cuts are significant. And I think the question that you know, people would pose when you look at what you're being forced to do is, you know, I look at the community college offerings that are in San Diego County, you know, from Miracosta and from Palomar. As you're making these cuts, I mean, is there a top-down discussion about reducing the number? I mean, some of the classes that are offered, you know, I don't know what your enrollment is, but are they making those types of cuts in the individual districts where, you know, you have a class or course that's being offered and, you know, you have X number of people that take it every other year, but are they making those type of cuts to meet the requirements that you're being forced to adhere to?
The answer to that is yes.
Okay.
Because the legislative intent, as stated, was that when we make those cuts, that we avoid, if possible, reducing the number of career technical courses,
Okay.
of transfer courses, and of basic skills.
Okay.
So we're really saying that the personal enrichment courses will be the first one on the block.
Okay.
And we get a lot of, you know, kickback on that. I will say that, you know, I get letters, you know, somebody writes in and says, I've been taking this yoga class and it meant so much to me as far as my arthritis is concerned, and now that class has been cut out at X or Y or Z, and I always have to sort of reply to say, well, you know, we enjoyed offering those personal enrichment courses, but when we really get down to it, it's much more important for us to meet the needs of transfer students and of career technical students than it is for personal enrichment courses. And we have moved quite a few of those personal enrichment courses over into what we call a community service. And that's where we charge the tuition, and these are self-supporting. In other words, it's all right for us if we have a class, I'm going to use a kind of a far-out example, in flower arranging. There's nothing wrong with that if a person pays for it and it's self-supporting. But I would question offering that when we have people who are wanting to come and transfer to UC or CSU are out of work and are desperately needing retraining, because there's no question that when people, you know, we may have some imperfect programs, but the reality is that our career technical programs put people to work. And we are creating new programs all the time when we respond to industrial needs. Like at Pasadena, we created a program in biotechnicians because of the biotechnology. We found out that when a person graduates with a biotechnician certificate, that they were all employed almost immediately and at good salaries. Now, the problem we have is that the state of California only reimburses us per student. And so a nursing student, a nursing program, which costs twice as much as, say, a class in history, we get the same amount of money from the state. And so we have to have a real strong commitment, and we're trying to work with businesses so that they can furnish us some of that equipment. I remember we had a drafting program at Pasadena City College where we were able to get all of the CAD/CAM computers donated. So when we can do that, we can do it. But when you suddenly are having to, you know, we're in just, I'm going to be blunt, we're in a survival mode. You know, we are not, there's, you know, you could always find something that people would question and say, why are you doing this when you're in a survival mode? But I can tell you that the Board of Trustees, who have to wrestle with these problems in every district, they are having a very difficult time of meeting all the needs with the resources that they receive. We have already done deep cuts. And for instance, when we took those cuts 2 years ago, it fell most heavily on our support services. We're talking about EOPS, we're talking about counselors, we're talking about tutors. And of course, those things are helping our students succeed. It was, and I really appreciated very much Nancy Shulock's comments, I've read with interest her research, and she's working with us on this Student Success Task Force. And she makes it very clear that students, whenever they have access to a counselor, are more likely to succeed. They're more likely not to take courses that don't transfer and so forth. But when suddenly our counseling force has been reduced by, say, 10 or 15% statewide, then that's not easy for them to find a counselor. And so I'm not here to sing the blues, because we're living within our resources as best we can. But I'm just saying this is the reality of what we face. California community colleges began in 1910 at Fresno City College with about 80 students and I think 3 teachers. And now it's grown to the largest system of higher education in all of America. We have a lot to be proud of. In fact, in a recent poll from the PPIC, the Public Policy Institute, they pointed out that we have the highest approval rating of any of the 3 public higher education systems in the state. And the reason is that we're right where the community is. We have served the needs of the community. People appreciate our open access. And yes, we deal with far more vulnerable students than would be the freshman class at UC Berkeley. Now, I want to talk about a couple of things that we're doing in order to reform the community colleges. And that's why, as I said, I'm glad to appear before you. We're not folding our hands and saying, well, there's nothing we can do. We're trying to be as efficient as possible. We did have a historic step forward on transfer, and that occurred last year in Senate Bill 1440. Let me tell you the essence of what that bill did. It said that every community college would have a transfer degree of no more than 60 units, that degree would have the same general education requirements that you find in CSU, and that it would have an area of emphasis or major that in turn would, in adding up to the 60 units. CSU has made a commitment that when you come to the CSU system with that kind of degree, that you have immediate junior standing, and that CSU will require no more than an additional 60 units in order to graduate. We estimate that for the same amount of money, we can educate 55,000 more community college students and 15,000 more CSU students. Now, the academic senates, and as was pointed out, we are fortunate to have here today the president of the Academic Senate, Jane Patton, and she will talk about how they're even going discipline by discipline, sitting down with the CSU faculty so that when somebody goes from a psychology major at American River College and goes over to Sacramento State, that it'll be a seamless system. The average student, average community college transfer who came into CSU a few years ago normally graduated with 160 units. If they graduate now with 120 to 130 units, as they do in Florida, by the way, which has this kind of system, you can see that that's solved one of our problems. Our second problem that we are addressing is what we call student success. Here, there was a discussion here, and we will be willing to look at some kind of funding formula. But we are, frankly, the CSU and the UC are paid on the basis of enrollment as well. The reason is that your expenses are there, even if your students don't complete a class. I mean, suddenly we don't lower the cost or the pay to the teacher or to all the other services we provide. So we want to look at this pretty carefully, because there could be what I might call a meat axe approach to this, rather than a careful look at how we can improve student success. We're going to look at basic skills. We have this task force that, as a result of Senate Bill 1143, that was appointed by the Board of Governors. It has 21 members in it. We have asked key individuals within the community colleges, faculty, administration, and counselors to work on this. And we have a student, too, by the way. And then we've also asked some individuals outside of the community college, such as you saw this morning, Nancy Shulock, who is a well-known academic researcher, and we have another academic researcher. We have representative from business. We have a representative, one state senator who authored the bill. She is also on the committee. So we're going to look at these things, and we're going to come up with our recommendations to the Board of Governors in January, and then we're going to appear before the legislature in March. So we're serious about the matter of how can we be more efficient, how can we be more effective. But there's just so much we can do. We get less per student, per full-time student, than K through 12 gets, and of course a great deal less than CSU or UC gets. But I'm trying to say that it's great to be in front of you this morning, and it's great to share with you what we're doing in community colleges. I was president of 2 colleges, as was mentioned, and then as I served with Assemblymember Brewer and others, I came up here and served for 12 years, and I was going to move into retirement, and my friends in the community colleges, I think they were my friends, asked me to take on this job. And of course, in lots of ways, even though it's a tough time, I relished the job because I believe strongly in the mission of the community colleges. I think it's one of it's the only unique thing about American higher education. I mean, universities and colleges existed before Columbus even discovered America. I think we have among the best in the world, but then the community college was just a natural outgrowth of high school, and suddenly they were first junior colleges, and then they began to take on this tremendous vocational career technical goal, which is part of our mission as well. I'm here mainly to answer questions, and if I'm also quite willing to say to you, I don't know if you ask me a question that I'm not able to answer, but I will certainly try to go into the reservoir of knowledge, and I've got a few people back behind me who, if they want to step up to the microphone and answer a question I don't have the answer to, I'd be happy to share the microphone with them, but now I'm open to questions.
Start with Commissioner Mitchell, then I have Commissioner Shapiro, and then Commissioner Brewer.
Member Brewer has volunteered to answer any questions for you that you can't answer. So
Good.
So I want to talk about the concept of, kind of road mapping the community college system throughout the state of California. Is it really possible? And this goes back to the question I asked earlier, that we know that there are specific focus areas in the state that are going to need qualified, quality employees, but can you really road map the community college district system such that right now, in the UC system, you'll find a school that says they're well known for their business school, they're well known for their engineering school, they're well known for, the medical school. So, in San Diego, for instance, we have a growing biotechnology sector. We've a lot of companies that are doing very well. They are in need of a qualified and quality workforce as they move forward. So, can you roadmap and say that there are areas where, in Los Angeles, here's a great focus, and we need to kind of steer the community colleges in this direction more aggressively. In the Bay Area, here's another focus in Central Valley. Is that possible?
Well, it's quite possible, and it does happen, perhaps not perfectly, but for instance, if what you're talking about, and I don't have a knowledge of exactly, I visited San Diego City College, and I know what a fine system it is. As I said, in Pasadena, I know we did respond to the biotechnology industry. They had the Caltechs there, which turned out the research scientists. But they need, just like in the healthcare industry, physicians don't do it all. And so we created a biotechnician program that turns out every year qualified people who can work in biotechnology, and those people get jobs immediately. We don't have any problem. So I use that as a sample of how that community colleges in their community can independently create, 2-year programs that our vocational programs are limited to 2 years. In other words, that's our job. Yes. And if it's like an engineer or a lawyer is a law school is a vocational school. When you stop to think about it, it just requires more education than what we provide. So yes, they can do that, and I've seen some very inventive kinds of programs that people have come up with, and we, of course, because we can go in and hire those people that are actually working in the industry on a part-time basis to teach the classes. And sometime, if the program grows sufficiently, then we begin to hire full-time people to teach.
Well, and that's my point. I think that you talk about Pasadena, and it would just seem to make sense that when you look at the specific pockets, that you would be able to push the community colleges to realize that there's a wealth of both educational instruction that's available through the companies in the region that want to see the production of more qualified workers and employees coming out of the community colleges. But now, on that note, though, from a governing standpoint, because the system is so big, and as you mentioned, you have 175 career tech programs, and you just used a phrase, you said community colleges can create that focus. But now, do you, from a governing standpoint, how much authority do you have to really to move them towards the roadmap that says, look, realistically, if we're going to be effective and we're going to be productive, and we realize the fiscal constraints that we're under, this is what I need you to do. From a governing standpoint, do you have enough authority to move that ball, or is that something that, it's still up to the individual systems and individual chancellors, et cetera?
Well, no, I don't have that authority. My biggest authority is my bully pulpit.
Okay.
Because the system was set up to be governed by local boards of trustees, just like K through 12. And so I might be able to, and so on occasions, for instance, I remember Vicki Bradshaw working with our workforce development vice chancellor, Jose Millan, and there would be pockets of money that were available that the community colleges could take advantage of. And so we do that sort of thing. But just remember that every community college is actually overseen and answerable to the taxpayers. Property tax is a part of our income, and therefore every local community college is answerable to a board of trustees, who in turn are answerable to the community and who are elected by the community.
Well, and I read in the backup material that that component. I guess that's why I asked you the governance question, is because I don't know that the public pays as much attention to that board and the governing of the local community colleges. And again, they're all distinct, different. In San Diego County, we have 4 different. We have 4 different community college systems, and
yes.
and so monitoring all. No one has the time to necessarily sit around and do it. I follow some of them, but I think it's a governance issue. Is if the system has become so vital to the future of this state, it just seems like there needs to be more authority in your office to really move everybody else in the right direction. And my next question is, I think in the backup material it talked about how they receive their money from your office based on a formula. And so that budgeted formula just is it's locked in stone. They get X amount of dollars and they figure out what to do with it, essentially, correct?
That's right, but they have to do it within the regulations and the statutes of the state. It was pointed out that there are certain statutes that occur that say to the board of trustees, you must, in other words, number one, they have to hire credentialed teachers. For instance, if you're going to teach English in a community college, you're required to have a minimum of a master's degree in English.
Okay.
And so forth. Now, our vocational courses don't have a requirement of a master's degree, but it often has a requirement of a certain amount of experience. For instance, if you're going to teach auto mechanics, I'm not even sure there's a master's degree in auto mechanics anywhere, but you would have to have, say, 10 years of experience in the field of auto servicing. So we have requirements. We have statutory requirements, but the ultimate decisions that are made at the Board of Trustees level.
But now, so on the statutory and the regulations, and the previous speaker mentioned this, there's just so many. We were having this discussion right now about the state of California. When you keep adding regulations and statutes on top of each other, you never go back and review which ones are obsolete or a barrier or a burden. Has your office gone back and looked at any of those that are?
Yes.
And you've submitted those for?
We have a legislative program every year that we present to our Board of Governors that we look at ways at which we could improve the community colleges. Actually, this transfer bill that I'm talking about, that was by statute, because the system prior to that was sort of, San Diego State and San Diego City had an agreement, but now the CSU system and the community college system has a system-wide agreement, and that was where I thought statute would be helpful.
No, but are there other statutes that you've noticed that just need to go away? Other regulations? I mean, that's the real question of how
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah. There's a few that on occasions we modify or we suggest ought to go away, and we work on those if we feel like there's been something that some legislator in his or her zeal has come up with that. And on occasions, I would have to point out, we also oppose some measures that occur. And we're generally pretty effective in stopping measures that we think will hinder the system overall, because somebody in their zeal has thought they've come up with a great idea, which we don't happen to agree with.
Just last question is your thoughts on the fee, on the charge per unit. I mean, I know it's going to $36. I don't necessarily look at that as a barrier, but we seem to raise the fees in response to budget controversy and crisis, as opposed to really looking at it from a value-based. Are people paying enough for the value they're getting? What are your thoughts?
Well, it's pretty clear that fees in all the systems have tended to respond to money needs rather than being thought through. We had something on the ballot that was suggesting, it was a community college Prop 92 that did not pass, but was the idea that there would be a raise in fees, but they would be moderate and maybe tied to CPI or something like that. We have not yet passed anything of that nature. So this one this year is quite a jump. It went from 26 to 36. However, it's still the lowest tuition fee in the nation. So it's a little over $1,000 a year.
If I may just quickly jump out of turn so I don't lose the thread. I don't think you quite answered Commissioner Mitchell's question. I heard him suggesting that you have differential fee structures. So I'm taking a nursing program. We know the cost associated with supporting that is dramatically higher than just some of your other classes. Why not differentiate in terms of the fees? That's what I heard you ask, and I'd like to know the answer to that. Thank you for the.
$36 may not be the basis, the right number for something that is that type of program.
Yeah. Well, let me just pose some of the problems connected with that. Differential fee, I would perhaps lean more toward differential funding. In other words, let the state fund certain programs at a higher level than they fund other programs. We want to always keep in mind that the community college is the last resort for the poor, for the individual who's having great difficulty in even leaving home. And if we were to suddenly say, let's say, just as an illustration, psychology is $36 a unit, but nursing is $100 a unit. We would be a little bit concerned over the fact that suddenly maybe the individual who had limited financial resources couldn't take the nursing program. So most colleges, UC, CSU, and all of them, don't tend to have differential fees. Now, you did suggest the idea that maybe at a certain level, some colleges, for instance, say that if you take 12 or more units, there's a set price, and that encourages people to go full-time. That, I think, is worthy of consideration.
And Commissioner Shapiro, then Commissioner Brewer, and then Commissioner Bradshaw.
Just following up on this issue, shifting the burden onto the student. Yeah, no, I would like everyone to just lip read. Yes.
Pay real attention.
I feel strongly about what I'm about to say, but not that strongly, obviously. I don't necessarily want to share it with everyone. Should have taken. Yeah. In talking about the burden, with fees, that's a burden that's put on the student.
Yeah.
And my question is there are two consumers to the community college. One is the student, and one is the community that's going to employ the student. And do the employers who are getting these valuable employees on the cheap is there any thought of trying to get them more involved in contributing to the training?
Yes.
And what
we have some, like for instance, some of our nursing programs are supported by Kaiser Hospital. And I've done a lot to encourage community colleges to do that. Make contacts with your businesses, tell them that we are in tough times, and get them to contribute to the programs that they directly benefit. We do receive, for instance, automobiles from like Toyota and so forth because they get those auto mechanics from our program. The community colleges are rather new in the whole game of going out and getting philanthropic gifts. When I was at Pasadena City College, we had a very active foundation, and we were able to raise on an average of over $1 million a year, which was terribly helpful to our programs. But most community college presidents really don't have any experience in this. They're not like a private college president who recognizes that 50% of his or her time has to be spent in fundraising.
I really would like to emphasize this because we keep talking about fee schedules and placing the burden on the people who are the least capable of bearing that burden, when what we should be doing is, it seems to me, encouraging the community colleges to go out there and do what the other two branches of our great educational system do, which is raise money from the other consumers, which are the employers. And I think that has got to be an important element of moving forward. The second thing I'd like to say is Yale Divinity did a nice job. I mean, if anyone was going to have a bully pulpit, it should be you. And I just want to emphasize sort of the basic concept of the community college system, which in my mind is as great an American institution as our jury system or our public library system. And it is a wonderful democratic with a small d institution. And my question is, how do we preserve the community part of community colleges? Because it seems to me you can always look at the inefficiencies of it, but it is one institution in education that is local, part of the community, an important part of the community. In many places, the most important part of the community. And how do we make it more efficient without losing that very important democratic with a small d value?
Well, you've certainly singing my tune. I believe that's one of its great strengths. You have a place like Porterville College. Well, that's in many ways the heart of that community. They've got their own community college. There's a lot of interchange as to what ought to be offered and so forth. As I said, since we're having to ration, we're having a little bit of a problem in terms of sometime adults who, love those personal enrichment courses, and we're having to say we don't offer those anymore. We're moving away from that. But I think we ought to maintain that, particularly like, as I said, responding. And I think of the community colleges that are located in rural areas, and a lot of those people don't have a very high rate of going to four-year institutions. But they do go to those local community colleges, whether it's Lassen College in Susanville or, up at Weed, California, College of the Siskiyous, or wherever you go, you got those. And that was part of the master plan. The master plan was that everyone would be within a driving distance of community college. And everyone, at one time, of course, there were no fees at all, and everyone could attend. But now it's a little different, and we're adjusting. I mean, we're not, when your resources get a little slimmer, you just have to do less. That's all. You can't keep doing more with less money. But we're now trying to really focus in on what we consider our priorities, and it might vary just a little bit from community to community, because, as I said, when you go into the agricultural belt in the Central Valley and you get Modesto College and Merced College and Fresno City College and so forth, they have a lot of agricultural training.
Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Bradshaw, and then Commissioner Schwartz.
Dr. Scott, thank you.
And I wanted to welcome Senator Weiland, who just arrived.
Thank you for being here this morning. I had asked the previous speaker about what percentage of the 250,000 students are on some sort of federal or state aid to attend a community college.
About 40% of our full-time students receive the BOG waiver, which means they don't pay tuition. And, that means that they're low income. Not nearly as many of the part-time students get the BOG waiver. We also go with Pell Grants, and I don't have the data right here to tell you the exact number. When they were talking about cutting Pell Grants, I believe, and I think there were 400,000 recipients of Pell Grants in California community colleges, because I was concerned about the cuts that they're considering in Congress to the Pell Grants. And I would be glad to get back to you on the exact number of students in the community college that get the Pell Grants. But because the median income of our students, the median income of our independent students is something like $15,000, but the dependent students, it's somewhere around $28,000, and I didn't come prepared to answer that question, so I think I'm pretty accurate in what I'm saying.
I'm gathering that you seem somewhat resistant to maybe sliding scale on fees. I'm a graduate of a community college, and I was a reentry student late in life. And so I paid probably at that time, which was like $20 a unit, $22 a unit. I certainly could have afforded to pay more, and I would have gladly. And if you have a first-time student just out of high school, what is wrong with them paying one fee and a reentry student who's established in a career paying a higher fee?
Okay, let me tell you, it has some problems with it, and because we did this once.
Okay.
Somebody said we didn't do it. We did. It was, I go way back, so I think it was about 25 years ago. They charged anyone there with a bachelor's degree a higher fee. Well, there were some unfortunate consequences. One is there were a few people who had a bachelor's degree who were reentry. Maybe they were a single mother trying to get a nursing degree, and it was a hardship on them. Number two, it was very hard for us to check people's truthfulness. I was going to be honest with you about that. If somebody walked up, and I think it was $90 a unit, or compared to $20 a unit, and suddenly I got my bachelor's degree from SUNY in New York, and I just didn't remember my bachelor's degree. And so we found out that it was a kind of a test of honesty, because we didn't have a data system where we could actually run it through and find out. Now, we maybe could have found out about public higher education in California, but we didn't have the data system to test it. So after a while, people kind of threw up their hands and said, that didn't work so well. So we would have to I would not be opposed. Some of you talked about priority registration, and we're going to be discussing that in this Student Success Task Force, because I think those professional students ought to go to the back of the line. I feel that rather strongly. If somebody has been at, like Saddleback in your area, and has taken 100 units and hadn't made much progress, put them at the back of the line. Let somebody who just they now get to the front of the line because they're a returning student. Normally we let returning students, and understandably, they tend to register in front of recent high school graduates. But I think there's a returning student who is a serious student, and there's a returning student who is not a serious student. And I think we're going to look at, we might even do it in statute, we might recommend that, because a community college can set up its own registration priorities as long as it doesn't base it on something that's unconstitutional or something. So we can do that sort of thing. And I think now in time of rationing, we ought to do that.
I asked a question earlier of Ms. Sherlock about regional within regions that the community colleges have like specialties where they focus on transfer students or they focus on vocational training. Is that feasible?
It could be done, particularly like in Los Angeles, where there's 9 colleges in one system, and they've done some of that. For instance, you have L.A. Trade Tech, which is clearly largely vocational, and probably a place like Pierce College out in the Valley tends to be more transfer. I know in your district, for instance, Irvine Valley has a very high transfer rate, and the problem is that in some it's. I could use Porterville, or I could talk about colleges that are, even like
right.
Santa Rosa College. Santa Rosa College would tend to want to offer an array so that they would serve the vocational needs of Santa Rosa and also serve the transfer needs. So it's a little, you'd have to look at it college by college, but there can be some specialization, but and we try to do that vocationally, by the way. If you have a dental hygiene program at Pasadena City College, then you might say, well, we don't need one at Glendale College because it's 10 or 15 miles difference is all. And that's a specialized program. So we do some of that kind of looking and making sure that we don't have undue duplication of expensive career technical programs.
But more of that could be done?
Perhaps, yes.
Okay, I believe it was the LAO's report that talked about the 117 different college districts and eliminating those boards or consolidating them.
Let me tell you, there are 112 colleges in 72 community college districts.
Well, then that's 72 boards.
Yeah, 72. If you looked at maybe cutting it down to, say, 50, that's a tangle. And to get that through the legislature would be a little difficult because I'll just have to say, normally those boards don't like to go out of existence. Well. I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just telling you, you and I operated in which we learned that politics was the art of the possible. So if somebody wants to draw up that and start in the legislature, just fine. But I would not guarantee the possibility of passage.
Also in the LAO report, it talked about ceding more power within the chancellor's office. Do you see that as a benefit to you?
Well, I have to be careful on this one. It sounds too self-serving. I would say that probably our system would be better served if we, and I think the transfer issue is a perfect one. We move towards centralization, but the chancellor's office was set up as a state agency, which does handicap its operation. It would be better if it were set up as a, like CSU, which is an independent office, but being a state agency has some problems connected with it that I think it would be better for it to be an independent agency, frankly.
Thank you.
But by the way, I knew the limitations when I took the job, and although they occasionally get frustrating, I accepted that.
Wanted to recognize Senator Rubio, who's joined us. Welcome. Thanks for coming. And Senator Weiland, did you have a question? Is it okay, Vicki, if I recognize the senator? Okay.
No, but I want to go in the order. I think you called the order.
Yeah, I did, but usually I'll, because you guys usually have other calls, so I usually recognize you if...
Okay. Okay. All right.
But she only had 2 minutes, Senator, so I just wanted to...
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I've often admired the work of the commission, and I'm looking forward to it. And I just think the unfortunate thing is it's difficult for us because you meet on Thursdays to early on to be here. But and also it's great to see my old colleague. I don't know whether I should address you as senator or president or what.
Jack, if you want to.
Okay. And Senator, I also really appreciate what you did at Pasadena Community College. I think I've shared with you my father was a graduate. My mother was a graduate of
what was then Oceanside Community College. I'd like to ask about a couple of things, and Senator Scott, I'll refer to you that way, knows that I'm very interested in this, and that's CTE, Career Technical Education. We used to call it vocational education. If you talk about trying to get financial participation from the private sector, candidly, in this economy, that's not going to happen. However, I do think you can get it for specific programs. And I'll be a little critical here, although this is something, because of all these districts, you can't control. We are doing in this state a horrible disservice, a horrible, inexcusable disservice to a lot of young people. And let me just take one area, which is healthcare, which is a growing, burgeoning field. At most of the community colleges in my area, when a young person comes and asks about entering one of those programs, they're told the wait is 2-3 years. Now, one of the things that this accomplishes is this is a great way for a lot of students and a lot of minority students to basically enter the middle class and get a great profession. And what's going to happen in medical care, however it all plays out, is that nurses, physicians' assistants, and all the rest are going to play an increasing role. They're going to be very well paid. And right now, here's what's happening. We're importing people from other countries. And I come from the private sector, and yet it pains me to see the number of these young people who that's their only alternative. And so when I go to the doctor or I get my blood drawn or anything else, I always ask, where were you trained? And I'm shocked at the number, and then I ask, how much do you owe on your loan? So something I would love to see, and I know you can't make the districts do this, and it's an issue in one of my districts, in my district and in some of those colleges, is making that work. And I don't know how we put the pressure on them to do that. One of my schools just passed a bond, they could never do it today, for over $700 million. So you would think anyone entering who wants to become a radiologist, a dental hygienist, any of those things, would get, all the facilities they want, but they don't. So I have some other comments, but I'll leave it at that because I think that's a very practical thing. And the same thing in other fields. If you align what they need in all these other vocational areas, I think a lot of those industries would be glad to participate because they, in effect, get employees from that. So, but that's one that really bugs me because there are a lot of minority kids who, mostly young women, who for whom those would be great jobs. And I'll just leave it there. I know you're very experienced in this, so that's something I'd love to see.
Well, Senator Weiland, I've always appreciated what a great champion for career technical education you have been, and you and I have joined hands on certain bills to accomplish that. Let's just say I'm on the Board of Trustees, and we'll say Palomar College. That's kind of in your area. So, well, all right. Let me just say I understand your concern here. Why don't they offer more health careers? 2 years ago, Palomar College took an 8% cut. This year, they're proposed to take a 5% cut, but if that tax measure doesn't get on the ballot, they'll probably take a 10 to 15% cut. Now, in that climate, it's difficult for any college to say we're going to launch into a lot of new, expensive programs because they're having to decrease their enrollment, not merely in nursing, but they're having to decrease their enrollment in English, in math, and things like that. So I'm not saying that they're perfect in what they do, but I believe it was Maslow, the great psychologist, who said in a hierarchy of needs, the first one is survival. And I said to somebody the other day, I said, in the 2 years I've been in this office, mine has largely been damage control. That's what I spend my time at, trying to make sure that the cut is not deeper than it already has been. So I guess I just have to say, yes, maybe we could go out and get more money from private industry, and I'd like to do that. And I encourage presidents to do that. But I really have to be honest with you and say it's a little hard for me to put pressure on a college and saying you need to open up more spaces for X and Y and Z, and somebody is saying, well, I just took an 8% cut in my state monies that I got, or a 5% cut is set up for this year at best. So that we have to stop and think about this. So if you can, I don't think if, for instance, the state of California would be to say, we are willing to allocate to community colleges another $100 million and have it only to create vocational programs, I think we'd jump at the chance.
I think Senator Rubio, you wanted to interject.
If I could make just one more very quick
Sorry,
comment.
go ahead and finish.
Very quick. I have a friend who is the head of the remedial reading and writing programs at one of my community colleges. And it's shocking to me how much more we need to do. And Senator Scott, we've also worked a lot on that in the K-12 system, because we're spending a lot of community college resources on a lot of kids who've come out of that system. And it's shocking when I talk to my friend, they can barely read and write. And so I think that's something we need to do at the K-12 level that will help the community colleges.
Senator Rubio, you had a comment? Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me say thank you for giving me the honor to serve on this great commission. I'm very excited to have to leave the floor and then come to where some common sense may prevail. Is very good. I don't know if that's on the record, but it was fun. Senator Scott, you brought up an interesting point, because having chaired a subcommittee and then sitting on the standing committee, there's been a lot of discussion as it relates to Cal grants and the amount of public funds that are being used at private universities, specifically the University of Phoenix, San Joaquin City College, all of these private institutions that trade your mid-level medical type of hygienists, LVNs, etc. The concern I have is, should we make a policy decision not to allow public funds to be used at private universities, with the idea that those dollars then would go to the junior college, which I'm a proud graduate of Bakersfield College, and so is my mother, I might add. So do you feel, rather than committing the funds, if a policy decision were to be made, could the junior college system ramp up enough to provide the capacity in the time frame that it's needed to provide the front level, mid-level medical techs that we need to provide the access of care with the Affordable Health Care Act and other items that are coming down? I see the desire from a policy perspective, but I don't know from a capacity issue. Can the system, is it nimble enough to be able to respond and get them online fast enough?
I could tell you that if we received more resources, we would serve a lot more students. And we would even be willing to see that if those resources were directed to a certain approach that we ought to take. Senator Weiland mentioned that there are bond issues that are passed. All of these bond issues, and I'm thrilled when we pass them, are strictly for facilities. They are not for operating expense. Sometimes people wonder, you hear you're building this building, and well, why don't we take some of that money and use it for operating expenses? Well, legally we can't do it. That's one thing. So I love yes, we have a greater capacity to serve. There's no question of that. Now, you know, it always takes time to ramp up, to hire the faculty, to so forth. But we are serving right now. Last year, I think I said this earlier, but I'll say it again. Last year, we estimate we turned away 140,000 students, not because we wouldn't admit them, but because they couldn't get classes. We educated 200,000 students for which we got no remuneration. Those were people. We have a cap, by the way, and you probably know that. But we educated 200,000 students for which we got no remuneration. Now,
how does that work?
Well, 40% they'll pay. 40%.
Okay, let me give you an illustration. Let's assume I don't know for sure. I don't have that in mind. Let's assume Saddleback College, or Saddleback Community College District, actually, has. Maybe the state says we'll pay you for 15,000 full-time equivalent students.
That's the BOG waivers you were talking about.
No. I'm talking about what they get. In other words, they turn into us at the chancellor's office, and they say we are entitled to be paid for 15,000 full-time equivalent students. If they educate 16,000, they don't get any money for that extra 1,000. That's what I'm saying. So nearly all the colleges are above cap. In other words, you know, generally if you have a seat, you just let people come on and come in, you know. So that's what happens, that they are above cap and they don't get paid. That's what I'm saying. When we had 200,000 head count and about 70 or 80,000 full-time student equivalents for which we didn't get paid.
But those kids, they're over cap, but aren't they paying any fees to be there?
Oh, yeah, they're paying the fees. So, you know, but that's nothing like the cost of education. They're paying $26 a unit, and it cost us $5,000 a student. So a full-time student pays in $1,000, and we get $5,000 from the state. So the state is subsidizing 80% of those students' enrollment. And that's how that works. That's the finances of it. I don't know whether I'm being...
That makes sense. And I think that this started with a question that we started back around here, which was the fee differential. And Senator Weiland, you remember this in San Diego, and I think Ms. Bradshaw, you remember this, when we had the nursing crisis, the hospitals did put in money, because they knew we needed the capacity. They knew we needed the instructors. They were willing to invest in it. But I think that when you start talking about you're educating a number above what they're giving you the money for, if you break that number down and what they're taking, you know, I think you can make the argument that, and to the private sector, that look, they're coming in so they can be better qualified to work in your sector. We need some help to move this. And so I think that's the frustration I'm having is that I've seen it happen in San Diego.
Yeah, actually, what happened in nursing, and Senator Weiland was right. In 2004, we were importing 45% of our nurses. 44% of the people who were qualified to get into nursing programs couldn't get into nursing programs. But we were still importing 45%. Between 2004 and 2010, we added 130 nursing schools in California, the vast majority of which are in community colleges. And the only way that happened was hospital systems were loaning faculty, because you have to be a registered nurse with, in most cases, a master's degree to teach, were giving nurses as adjunct faculty and their clinical space. Now, that paid off for them, because once they got on clinical space, they probably had first dibs on making, right. Yeah. So that probably could happen. And as a result, we educated 50,000 nurses between 2004 and 2009.
And that's the example that I always refer to, and that's why I said if you roadmap this, then you can start to take a look at sectors and try and do the exact same thing. I think even the hospitals in San Diego actually gave money to San Diego State. They actually gave cash to San Diego State.
They did. I mean,
yeah.
They gave a lot of hospital systems gave millions.
It's just, I think that's where I think we have to figure out a way to try and create a system whereby people can invest in what the end result's going to be, because it benefits them.
Our ends is one issue. We have a looming allied healthcare issue in laboratory science, any of the radiologies, pharmacology, any of those, which are going to hugely be impacted with healthcare reform.
Okay, let me try to get back on schedule. Senator Rubio, were you finished? Or okay. Then I had Commissioner Bradshaw. Then I had Commissioner Schwartz. Then I had Commissioner Kay. And let's go at it.
What is the do most of the K through 12 still have adult education units?
They are phasing that out to some degree because the legislature made that part of the flexible program, and they're tending to spend their money on their main mission and beginning to phase out adult education. They haven't completely phased it out, but they are educating fewer people in those adult ed programs, and many of those adult ed programs are terribly important. Now, we do it through non-credit. By that I mean, in other words, we had programs, and I keep referring to Pasadena because that's where I was president, but we had programs in electronic assembly, we had programs in commercial sewing, we had programs in grocery merchandising that were non-credit, but they were good vocational programs. We also had 100 sections of ESL. Now, the value of ESL is in many cases vocational in nature, because somebody who can't speak the English language well is somebody who is going to be impaired in advancing. And so those people come to learn those languages, to learn the English language, in many cases so they could earn a living better.
Well, my experience with adult ed, and there are a couple of adult eds that were associated with community college, but for the most part they were K through 12, was they do a lot of the same things you do. They do remedial work, they do the, GED work, ESL, and a lot of the senior yoga and that kind of stuff, origami, whatever it happens to be. What would happen if the community college students who are not college prepared, rather than taking up your dollars in your seat time, will move back to adult ed till they got their remedial work done, which then would be on the K through 12 dime and not on the community college dime, and the personal enrichment programs left the community college and went to the adult ed, which would then put it exactly probably, well, not exactly probably, but would put it in the K through 12 world until they were ready to move into the community college, and not have community college trying to do part of what K through 12 should have done in the first place.
Well, here would be one of the problems that I see in that, and I think some of this, now's the time to think outside the box. But many of our remedial students who come to our campus, they don't just take remedial education. Maybe they're there, and there are a lot of, let's say somebody is going to major in art. Well, they can take ceramics without, if they're going to take, maybe if they're going into a history course, they may have difficulty if they can't read and write at a college level. But they can take other courses. Some of our individuals who are participating in athletics are individuals who are taking remedial courses. So I don't know. I mean, I think we would lose some of those people if they were just consigned over to an adult ed program, and they weren't, they graduated from high school, and we have a lot of discussion here this morning about K through 12 is not doing its job. I don't want to get into that. All I know is they come to our college, and we started an early assessment program along with CSU that assesses people when they're juniors in high school and tells them if they're college ready or not, so they can spend their senior year trying to get college ready if they're not. And they won't have to take an assessment test if they are. They just enter college. So all I can say is that I don't know that would be the solution, because I would think that probably the possibility of their going ahead, because many of these remedial students, some of them, yes, some of them are at a pretty low level, but the reality is some of them maybe just maybe they have a problem in math, maybe they need a course in fractions or something like that. They're not very far, and they can move into, let's say if you have remedial math and you're not remedial in English, you can take courses like English literature and history and all the rest. You might have a little trouble if you try to take chemistry. So all I'm saying is this is that we have worked out a system by which people enter, and they even make their way to CSU, by the way, folks. They're the top 33 1/3% of the class in order to get into CSU, and yet I don't know the percentage, but it's a fairly large percentage of students who go to CSU who have to take either remedial math or remedial English.
Well, I'm not talking necessarily about, having a remedial. I'm talking about somebody who is ill prepared to function at a degree, a community college level. I think even I, entering community college, may have trouble with elementary math at this point. But I think those who are totally unprepared, rather than trying to re-educate them within the community college system, there has to be another avenue to kind of address that.
Well, that we'd have to rethink and you raised a question here about, you called it ability to benefit, and that's a philosophical issue where you say to somebody, you are so far below college level, even though you got a high school diploma, until you're able to raise yourself up, we're not going to admit you to a community college. That wasn't part of our master plan. I'm not saying that that's an impossible way to go, but I'm just going to tell you that is not what our master plan said. Our master plan said, in effect, if you have a high school diploma, you have a place to go to college.
Commissioner Schwartz, then Commissioner Kay.
So I want to focus on governance, and I'd like to get your thoughts on a couple of questions. Number one, given the fact that we have 112 colleges and 72 districts, would you recommend a consolidation of the districts along the lines of what Commissioner Brewer was alluding to and you so artfully dodged, which is, don't we need some radical rethinking on terms of how to consolidate to achieve economies of scale, to husband diminishing resources, and to prioritize where the money gets spent? So it's a straightforward question. Do you support consolidation?
It's a straightforward question, and probably I think that's something that would be worthy of exploration, and it would have to be accomplished by legislation.
Well, fair enough. I understand. That's really where I'm heading.
And I don't know who the master architect would be.
Would you support a consolidation such that we may eliminate 80% of the community college districts, bring it down to 20 instead of the current number? And do you think such a consolidation would result in benefits along the lines of what I identified?
Oh, well, I won't artfully dodge. If you say 80%, I'd say no. I think that's, I think that's an impossible goal, and I'm not sure. Be a little careful about all this consolidation. There's some consolidation that would be an economy of scale, but I'm gonna be blunt here. I don't think the Los Angeles Community College District, with its 9 colleges, operates more effectively than El Camino College, with 1 college, that's a huge college, by the way, or Long Beach City College, or Glendale College, or Santa Monica College. And so economy of scale, suddenly to have, you always have that, you have a district office, and sometimes that gets to be an empire in and of itself. And so I would have to stop and look at each individual situation. I wouldn't say that's a magical way that we ought to bring, every community college district ought to have 10 colleges, for instance. Los Rios Community College District, I think, is a very effectively operating college, and it has 4 colleges under it. It has Folsom Lake, Sacramento City College, Cosumnes River College, and American River College. And it's a pretty good model, but I would not automatically think that you'll get huge benefits if you suddenly forced all the colleges into, say, 20 districts.
As we look for potential recommendations, we also touched on the possibility of changing the scope of power for your office. Would that achieve outcomes that you think would be beneficial in terms of husbanding resources, achieving economies, or at least redistributions?
Yes.
Okay, so help lay out.
For instance, let me tell you.
Lay out
right now, for me to appoint vice chancellors, I have to get that has to be approved by the governor. I think that's a necessary step.
Can you step in front of the curriculum train, if you will, and say, right now. I want to have changes made in these community colleges to reorient, refocus their disciplines in this area and shedding areas that, even though they're worthwhile, ought to be taken off the books just to economize. You don't have that power now.
No.
Would that power be something that would be beneficial?
Well, I have a little problem there because I'm not sure that I or my office would have a better understanding of the curriculum of, say, Saracosa College or Palomar College than those faculty that are there. So I'm a little hesitant to have that kind of curricular power.
How about the ability to review and approve?
Well, we have some of that. Every new vocational program has to be approved by the chancellor's office. But we don't. We probably can't approve every. Well, there's an approval process, but it's we don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of whether this ought to be a 3-unit course or a 4-unit course. It's much better determined by the faculty at that place.
So what would be your list of proposed enhancements of authority in the chancellor's office to deal with this very dire situation? And you said you're in survival mode.
Yeah.
And you see your budget's going to keep getting cut. How do you get ahead of it, and how do you think the change in your office mandate would
to give you a complete set of recommendations along that line, I'm not prepared to do, and it's not because I'm trying to dodge the issue. I mentioned one very quickly because I have been frustrated in the sense of that I haven't had the ability to appoint vice chancellors without the governor's approval. And it hasn't been, for instance, Governor Schwarzenegger was an ex-community college person and a great supporter of community college. It just took an unusual amount of time to get that done. So that would be one change I would recommend. But if you want me to come up with a list of other changes, I'm not prepared to do that this morning. I didn't think that's one of the questions you'd ask me. So I'm not going to immediately say this is what. Well, I mean, I came up with one very quick, but I don't want to get into some of the other details because I really need to think that through pretty carefully.
We can communicate with you on that at a later time?
Yeah, that's fine.
One sort of more specific question, and that deals with telecommuting. I mean, in terms of thinking about ways to economize and cost sharing, how much of that is going on in terms of the various disciplines? In other words, I'm sitting in my home in Covina. Why can't I have my history lesson being taught from somebody at Saddleback as opposed to having 18 different history classes being taught? I mean, if we're looking for ways to economize, looking for ways to consolidate without the disruptions, that's a class that needs a textbook and a blackboard. It doesn't have to have a lab.
Yeah.
Is that happening?
Oh, yeah. Well, 10% of our students are taking online courses. We have much larger online courses, much larger percentage of online courses than the other two systems of public higher education, and we're moving rapidly into that field all the time. We've even given some thought to maybe one day creating a virtual campus. But a lot of innovation that you think of immediately when you put a price tag on it, that's, it's a little hard to think of in this climate. But I think one day I could envision a virtual campus where all online courses would be available and could be used by any college in the system. And we're moving. I'm very proud of our system in terms of the kind of online education that they've presented, that they've invented and put together. And you have some colleges like, say, Coastline College in the Coast Community College District that has a tremendous number of online courses, some of which, by the way, the military contracts with them to give the first 2 years of college education.
But the for-profit colleges rely on that very heavily.
No question.
And they get huge economies of scale because they can have essentially 500 kids or adults in a virtual classroom, and you can charge.
There are some economies. There's a great cost of production, but then once you have to have you have to have some instructor on record, and that instructor should be available very frequently for people who call in and say, I'm having trouble with this lesson or that lesson, because you don't. In some ways, you don't do it totally online. Generally, there's some forms of
And
consultation.
the University of Phoenix does it totally online,
Yeah.
and their communication is email.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just follow up on a question that Commissioner Schwartz asked you about whether or not you had the ability to step in and set a direction for a specific college or college district? Who within a college has the ability to say, we should be here rather than where we are?
Well, normally the curriculum committee makes that decision, but frequently it's also reviewed by the president of the college to make sure that that it makes sense from the standpoint of finances. In other words, you can't offer every course that you have in your catalog because you don't have the resources to do it, so I would suggest normally the process is something like this. A faculty or a group of faculty determine that they would like to see a certain course offered, or maybe even a vocational program offered. Then there would be a period of discussion. Then it would come to the curriculum committee, and then it would ultimately be approved by the Board of Trustees. Now, the expense issue, you'd have to look at, number one, is there enough demand out there? Number two, what would it cost? Is faculty available? And I can't tell you, we're doing a lot of innovative things now, but always in this climate, we have to ask the question, what's the cost? And we always ask the question anyway, but I'm saying when you're in a time of constrained resources, and when I was in the legislature, Senator Weiland knows this, we don't have many bills nowadays in which it could get past the Appropriations Committee, because when we're cutting when Governor Brown is saying we're going to cut $400 million from the budget, it might even be more than that. Nobody's interested in a legislator who comes up with a brilliant idea that's going to cost $3 or $4 million. They just say, well, forget it.
But let's say I'm at Community College A, and there's a program that at one point 10 years ago was totally relevant, but now is less relevant, borderline irrelevant. But there's a growing industry sector in that area that has and will have a huge job demand over the next 10 years, let's say. Who makes the decision on switching from the one that's no longer relevant to the one that is relevant?
Okay, I'll tell you how this would be approached. You guys can cut me off anytime you want to. I don't want to take up all your time. But here's the way it would go. Number one, you'd see the enrollment. The enrollment's dying. This program is no longer relevant. And you decide to phase it out. Now, that's one of the reasons why that you're very hesitant to hire full-time teachers in vocational programs. Because if a teacher has tenure, then you've got a little bit of a problem. You can lay the person off as a result of financial exigency. But if it's largely people by part-time individuals, then all that's hired semester by semester. So you would say, this program in instrumentation, or I remember we had a program once called musical instrument repair, and the interest died out, and we just laid off. We just didn't use the person anymore. But that was a part-time person. So then we could create another program. So you watch the enrollment figures very carefully in the community college. If, for instance, we had a class in, Shakespeare, and we didn't have sufficient enrollment, then we just didn't offer that class anymore. In fact, community colleges sometimes put up a class, and when they have only 10 that enroll in it, they drop the class before it ever opens its door. We are very efficient along that line, and we look at enrollment very carefully, and we say there's a tremendous growing interest here in basic English. We find that our psychology courses are growing. We're finding out, on the other hand, that our sociology courses are declining. So you use fewer part-time teachers. in that area.
What's your percentage of part-time or adjunct to full-time?
It's the last figure I looked at, 58% of our classes were taught by full-time and 42 by part-time.
So if the part-time are the ones that are delivering theoretically the career tech or the industry-based or the job-related programs, then
Not totally. There's a lot of, we have, some programs like nursing, we don't have any problem giving tenure in the nursing program or in the dental hygienist program, because that's going to last. If we go out, though, and we create a new program, like, for instance, we could tell there was enough demand in the biotechnician that we had no problem. In fact, we actually took a biology teacher who led and moved her over into that program because she was so good at it. So, but you have to have in mind, first you have to see if there's a demand, and then you have to see what is the cost of creating such a program.
What's the definition of demand? That's what I don't know. Is it, if there's, you said you drop a class, but is there a number that the colleges shoot for in terms of enrollment before you drop a class?
I'll tell you what we averaged last year. We went from 29 average to 31. Over 95% of our classes were filled before the first meeting of the class. So we don't have, there may be a few places where we don't have a lot of demand. We just simply don't.
Yeah, but did that enrollment hold?
Well, we have attrition. It depends on the class. We don't have, the last figures I saw is we have an 85% completion rate.
Okay,
but that might be, in some classes 90%, in some classes 70%.
Let me recognize Commissioner Kay, and then we'll let Chancellor Scott go.
Well, I'm enjoying it. It's not I just didn't want to monopolize all the time. There's some other good people out there that will have a lot to tell you. And they come from a local situation, so I know you have a testimony from Long Beach City College and College of the Sequoias, and I have a lot of confidence in those two presidents and what they'll say.
Okay. Lauren?
Thank you. Thanks for spending time with us today. I want to ask you about transfers, but first, I'm confused about something you said earlier. And that was that either last year or this year, you're educating or serving 200,000 students for whom you don't get any remuneration.
That's
did I get
correct.
that right? How does that work? Is somebody working for free?
No, it works. Somebody's getting education, and we're not getting any state subsidy for it.
Okay, but somebody's getting served, and somebody's getting paid to serve them. Now, just because I don't understand how somebody's getting paid to serve somebody if you're not getting paid to pay the person who's serving.
All right, let me explain it. You have maybe, let's just throw out a number. Let's say you're offering 2,000 courses. Now, in most cases, you're not adding to those courses, and you maybe were willing. It's a little bit. We suddenly are not going to increase the cost. Now, in most cases, those colleges are going to, when they served, if they went over their cap by, they say 5%, I'll guarantee you the next year they will schedule about 4% fewer classes because they've got to save the money. What happens was the demand was so great that we went ahead. If there's one space left in the class, we let a student in. We calculated that with, say, 2,000 courses, we would have this kind of enrollment. Maybe because we didn't mind going 1% over, because that margin would just fill the classes more. But if we went 5% over, and in these days of scarce resources, I'll guarantee you next year those colleges will schedule fewer classes because they've got to survive. That's the way it happens. It's a little bit, it's a little bit like flying an airplane. In most cases, if somebody got on free, it didn't increase the cost of the airline any. And that's what's happening. I mean, classes, it's a little different than if you're going to a grocery store and you're not getting paid for those heads of cabbage or whatever that people buy. It costs you something to have them. We schedule those classes. And a lot of times teachers, I mean, they're good-hearted folk. And you maybe their class capacity was 25, and they said, well, you know, stand outside and register, and maybe if somebody drops, we'll let you come on into the class. So that's how it happened.
So is what you're saying that the 200,000 students that you are serving for whom you're not getting remuneration, what that means is that class sizes are higher than you had otherwise planned. Is that what that means?
Yes. I said they went from 29 per class to last year 31 per class. That's a 5 or 6% overage. It doesn't sound like much when you just think of one class, but when you think about that means that you educated maybe 1,000 more students than you thought you would educate. You didn't up your cost though, but you didn't suddenly have more. You know, a student doesn't cost a lot. It doesn't cost any more to have 26 in your class than 30 in your class.
Well, but you have an administrative aspect to that you have to process that.
Yes, there's some cost to that. Yeah, but it's not okay, like.
But the point is
85% of our is personnel. Go ahead. Excuse me.
Okay, no, that's all right. That's all right. I think I understand. You just raised class size, basically. That's what happened.
Yes.
Okay. On transfers, I'm really concerned about the baccalaureate gap that we're facing and just how that's going to affecting our economy and prospects for California, for Californians both that are students and workers. And so I congratulate you on the transfer arrangement you've made with CSU, and I hope that the academic senates can. I'd be very interested in learning more about how the progress of that is going, but it sounds like it's off to a good start. At least that's what I heard you say. Is there any prospect, or maybe I should ask first, is there any utility in having the same arrangement with UC? I know it's a smaller, smaller target, but they produce that. They also produce an awful lot of baccalaureates, and they have the same sort of you get the same sort of economies at UC as well, though it may be more difficult. But do you have is there any utility or prospect for the same arrangement with UC?
Yes. 55% of CSU graduates begin in the community college, and 30% of UC graduates begin in the community college. We felt like we had tremendous cooperation with Chancellor Reed of CSU. And President Udolph of the University of California, one of his first acts when he came into California was to call me up and say, we need to work on transfer. So we've got a good climate going there. And I think when we see how a majority of our students they go more to CSU than they do to UC. Right. But I'd like to see that happen as well. And I think this model will lead us in that direction. There are some constitutional issues in dealing with UC that we didn't have with CSU.
So is this something that you're going to deal with serially, or is it something it's just pretty daunting, and so you'll get to it when you get to it?
I'd say it's on our agenda. And I think it's on the agenda of some legislators because once this was explained to legislators, it was almost a universal response, like, that's a great idea. Why haven't we done that before? And I remember appearing before the Master Plan Committee, and when I spelled it out, one of the legislators said, well, let's let this committee carry that bill. And I said, well, there's a senator that's already carrying the bill by the name of Padilla. And so we really didn't have, maybe Senator Weiland, I know he was enthusiastic about it. We really didn't run into a great deal of problems in the legislature.
Right, and that was pretty clear once it got going. I think that, the real challenge though is getting the faculty senates to getting the programs to line up, which is a lot of real kind of
exactly and
dirty fingernail kind of work.
It is, and I think you're going to hear later today from Jane Patton, our Academic Senate President, who has just done a superb job in working with the CSU Academic Senate. And she will tell you the number of courses, the number of disciplines that have already been approved.
Thanks.
Senator Weiland, do you have a final question?
Yeah, just one quick one about the average enrollment, the 29 to 31. Are you saying that your assessment is throughout the system, if you average all the classes, that the increase was from 29 to 31?
Yes.
And that affects the cap, because we all know that at most universities, the kinds of courses that are typically taught, the introductory courses, will have 100, 200 students in them. So I'm kind of surprised. You'd think that was a really, at UC, that's a upper division small class that has that number.
UC doesn't begin to have 31 in average. They're somewhere 15 to 1.
I guess I could see that through all, but the introductory classes, I don't quite understand why, introductory chemistry.
We have some, but we have to offset that. But, clinical nursing has 12.
Yeah.
And a machine shop has 20 stations. So
Right.
we have a lot of classes. Yeah, we have classes. Some of the colleges have classes 100, 200 in them, but then we have a lot of classes and then I remember at Pasadena City College, we always offered the fourth semester of calculus because we wanted that for our transfers, first, second, third, fourth semester. Fourth semester, it generally got down to 9 or 10.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
You were very patient and informative, and you might have just set a record for longest witness in front of the Hoover Commission.
Well, I don't know whether that's a record I want to quote.
Okay, Stuart, would you call our final panel, please?
Yes, providing local perspectives on mission, governance, and finance is Eloy Oakley, Superintendent and President of Long Beach Community College District, a single college district serving more than 28,000 students in the greater Los Angeles region. Mr. Oakley previously served as the Vice President of College Services at Oxnard College in Ventura County and is Manager of Risk Services at Coast Community College District in Orange County and taught at Golden West College. Also, William Scroggins, Superintendent and President of the College of the Sequoias, a single college district located on the eastern edge of the San Joaquin Valley. Mr. Scroggins previously served as interim president of Modesto Junior College and as Dean of Science and Math at San Bernardino Valley College. Mr. Scroggins was the primary author of the Academic Senate and Community College League of California's Guidelines Participating Effectively in District and College Governance. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for coming to Sacramento today. And I will start with Mr. Oakley and then proceed to Mr. Scroggins. And as you've probably seen from watching, we'll see where this goes.
Well, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to testify. I think it's still morning. And now that my chancellor completely wore you out, I think it'll go a little easier for me.
Don't count on it.
No, but seriously, being a native of California and a product of our community college system, specifically Golden West College, California community colleges are something that's very near and dear to my heart. And as the president of Long Beach City College, I'm proud of the work that we do. Having said that, and knowing that at least one of my faculty members is in the crowd, we do have a lot of areas that need improvement. I've laid some of those areas, some of my thoughts out in my written testimony, which I believe you have, related to the specific questions that you've raised. A lot has been discussed with the previous testimony from Chancellor Scott about the size of the system, the complexity of the system, the lack of a robust chancellor's office. All those issues certainly need to be addressed in order for our system to to better serve the citizens of California. Now, I do think the system does serve the citizens of California, but within the context of what the state of California has asked of it in the way that it has organized our system. This is a public system of education. We have been organized in a way that's producing the results that we are getting. So if the state of California wants to see different results, I think that we need to look at a different way of organizing it and creating incentives that lead to the results that the state of California wants for its community colleges. Some of the questions that you asked, I think, gets to that question. We are a loose confederacy of 72 independently governed districts. I am chief of one of those fiefdoms, and I happen to think that it's one of the best around, and I sincerely enjoy my work there. But taking a step back and looking at this from the point of view of a Californian, we need to organize our system a little differently in order to get the results that we need for the economy that we're in right now. California community colleges are the backbone of our economy. We serve the workforce of California. We turn out more workers than any other public system of education in California. If we want to turn this economy around, we've got to find a better way to organize the efforts and the resources that we have in 112 colleges to serve the needs of California. Now, having said that, there is no one saying what those needs of California are. Not in the legislature, not in the executive branch. Certainly the chancellor in his bully pulpit continues to cajole us all of our CEOs, 72 CEOs, to move in directions that are healthy for the California economy. But the reality is those 72 districts do not have to go along with that advice. Those 72 districts are responding to the local politics and what they believe are the local needs of their communities. In my written testimony, I wrote that although we have 72 districts, I do believe that this state operates within regions. That's the way our economies operate in California. That's the way most of our organizations operate. That's the way our politics operate in California. But the system isn't aligned necessarily by regions, although we try to work within our regions. We do make efforts to work, but there are no incentives to more effectively do that work, because I have my 5 board members. Those are the 5 individuals that employ me. So I'm going to respond to what they want, not necessarily what the needs of LA County are, because there is no one determining what the needs of LA County are. Now, we have organizations like the LA Economic Development Corporation who tries to organize LA County and is trying to bring the systems of public education and private education. By the way, there is a role for private for-profits in higher education, and we have to keep that in mind. We do not have the capacity to serve every student's needs, nor should we. So we need to do a better job of organizing regionally based on the needs of the economy, industry, workforce, and the higher education needs of our communities.
President Oakley, what kind of incentives would you like to see, and would it take to work more cooperatively on a regional basis?
Well, certainly there's got to be some incentive to bring together, at a minimum, the community colleges in a region, although many do get together, and certainly President Scroggins I'm sure will describe his region and the work that they do, but particularly for workforce needs. I mean, certainly general education transfer is and will continue to be a goal of our system, but with particular attention to the workforce needs, career technical education, we have to be better organized to serve the region. We have to be better organized to distribute the resources that are available based on the needs of industry, and to be able to coordinate with the industry in our regions so that we are not stepping all over each other. We shouldn't all be creating nursing programs. We shouldn't all be creating biotech programs. But right now, because there is competition for resources, and these resources typically go out through grants, competitive grants, everybody wants to compete for those without any real regard for what the needs of the region. Now, the Department of Labor, through the recent grant application has tried to change that and has encouraged regionalization and partnership. But only when there's money available do we really think about partnering with our sister community colleges. If there's resources to be had, we will start talking to our friends. Otherwise, we're really focused on our own districts because we're focused on the survival of our own districts, and we're focused on resources for our own districts and not looking at the forest, we're looking at the trees. So I certainly, I know that a lot of time has been taken. I do want to get to one point that was raised in Chancellor Scott's testimony with regard to this whole issue of overcap, educating, and I know Commissioner Kay raised that question. We have to get out of the mode of looking at community colleges in terms of what we're used to looking at in the university system. In Cal State and UC, we let students in, students apply, they are accepted, there's a body that comes into the university, and we have a student headcount. In the community college system, it's open enrollment. Students come and go. We fill classes, students change their mind, they move, so it's much harder to control enrollment in community colleges. Now, there are things that we're talking about as a system and certainly as a college to better control that, to create a tighter opening to that funnel. But nonetheless, the way we're organized, students enroll essentially at will, and then we sort them out. And when we sort them out, sometimes we have more students than we're funded for. Now, we cannot continue to do that. There is a cost of serving one more student than I'm funded for. That cost is to the rest of the students in my college, because I cannot serve their individual needs the same every time I add one more student that I'm not funded for. Why? Because there is a cost to everything that goes on outside the classroom. All of the student support services, everything we do to get that student in and out of college is spread out and dispersed amongst a greater number of students. And that is why you're seeing some of the results that we have in our system, because our per student funding continues to go down. Much of that student support is locked up in categorical programs, which, by the way, were cut by 50% last year. So we're so focused on the cost to educate a student in the classroom between the instructor and the student that we lose the cost of what it costs us to get that student to finish, which should be the key. We've done a great job of access. We serve more students in higher education, more students of color than anybody else. We've got to get them to finish, so we've got to find ways to change the incentives in our system to ensure that we're putting money where it counts, and that is getting them out the door with quality education, with a career certificate, with an AA degree, or transfer ready so that they can go and participate in the economy. So I have provided you my written testimony, and I could go on, and I know that you all are running late, so I will try to cut my comments short and allow for questions, but I do think that this state needs to consider the California community college system as the key for its economy. We can turn out great numbers of bachelor degrees out of the CSU system, UC system, but day in, day out, we need to produce a workforce that has the skills necessary to move this economy forward. And as the President of the United States has eloquently said, everybody needs at least 1 year of post-secondary education. That is a must. And so we've got to find a way to do that more effectively, more efficiently in our 112 colleges.
Mr. Scroggins, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. Well, you asked me to discuss the mission and the governance and the finances of community colleges. I'll be brief and to the point. With respect to the mission, you asked if the 4 missions are still appropriate to community colleges, if one is more important than the others, and how we prioritize at the local level to serve those 4 missions. Yes, all 4 missions are important. Let me comment on some of the things that were raised earlier. You asked about adult basic education. I think to have the basic skills combined with the vocational and academic education on the same campus is very important. First, we see statistically that students who take basic skills and a content level course do a lot better. They're motivated. If they just take basic skills, it's tough for them to be motivated to succeed. Secondly, we know the preparation that's needed to be successful at the college. If we had to deal with another entity like the high schools and adult basic ed, we've got a segmental barrier to be sure that the preparation, and already there are issues about preparation that would just exacerbate that problem. So I think, yes, we need to have those missions together. Also, when a student comes to us, they may have an idea of a career area. It might be health sciences, it might be technology, but they don't know the occupations, they don't know the careers. So they may start on a vocational pathway, but discover they have great ability and move to a transfer pathway. So those integrated approaches, and we do that all the time, allow us to have those missions working well together. I think where we have problems with the mission is in several areas. You've heard this, courses that are not in line with the mission. Well, of course, that's a result of the fact that we chase enrollment. We're paid for enrollment. If there's a demand, there's a course out there, we'll meet it. In these times of declining resources, good decisions mean you pare back those course offerings that are not core to your mission, and most colleges are doing that. Our chancellor has used his bully pulpit to help us with that, but he doesn't have the authority to really put those pieces in place, and that has to do with a governance issue that I'll mention later. We do respond to local needs. For example, in the last few years, even in these difficult times, our college has added vocational programs in physical therapy assistant, in phlebotomy. We have a helicopter school. We have a truck driving school. We have a veterinary technician program. Why did we do that? Because we need jobs. Jobs is what we're about. Do we have to make local priority decisions about our resources? Absolutely. But our board members, who are very responsible to the community, know that if they don't do that, the next time they're up for election and the voters say, well, what have you done for our community, they're going to have a hard time answering those questions.
So when you had those programs, though, are you going back and, as Commissioner Bradshaw asked earlier, are you getting rid of some that aren't? I mean, because what we know is the economy, there's ebbs and flows. We know that there may be a focus on welding, there may be a focus on nursing, there may be a focus on this. So are you getting rid of anything, or are you just adding on to what you have?
Absolutely. We had a big construction program in 2003. What do you think that program looks like today? Not so much. The nursing issue was mentioned earlier. We were going pedal to the metal on the nursing program. We graduated 93 nurses last December. Only 60% of them have jobs. So we're admitting 70 nursing students this fall, and we have 2 fewer nursing faculty. We respond quickly to local labor market demands. It's something that we're after all the time.
So that just on that point, though, you were making a comment about sometimes I think one of you, but students don't really know what they want to do. I've always been fascinated by we when you work with the WIBs, we've all spent time in Vicky's old office asking for money. But when you look at the sectors where they say, look, we need people, we're hiring. Do you post that somewhere? I mean, do your students have access to that information so that for the student that says, look, I don't really know what I want to do, I just know I need a good job? Oh, maybe Absolutely. This is it? You do post that?
We have mandatory orientation at our school. All 3,000 new students every fall go through an orientation. They know what's out there. They're incentivized to see a counselor in that they get an earlier registration appointment. We're talking about rationing. Those are authorities that we have locally to do those kind of priorities. And at the system and state level, those priorities need to be looked at, because it's a fact that the problem is not so much with our mission, it's how that mission is implemented. If you have that art class, maybe half the students are taking it for personal reasons instead of career reasons. But we need to be able to say to those students, no, you have to go through orientation. You have to go through assessment in math and English. You have to take that math class within the first year. And believe me, that student who's just there to take that avocational art course is going to think twice about that. And it's not on the fee basis that this will work. Differential fees are best as a method to support the goals of the system. So to charge a differential fee doesn't really support our mission. You said, well, maybe we charge more for nursing. Well, nursing is one of our highest priorities. If anything, we should make nursing more reasonable. Do we make decisions locally on the costs of programs? Absolutely.
20 to 30% dropouts in nursing. We've heard that statistic.
7% at my college with The NCLEX pass rate being 95%. It is a problem of the past. Yes, in 2003 we had those issues, but we've solved them by a lot of attention to that program. Nursing, police academies, these are great examples of programs that serve the community very well, and we make a lot of decisions to make those work and work efficiently.
Yeah, and I think that the differential that we're talking about, though, is that, is it bad to look at full cost recovery or, a greater percentage of cost recovery for certain programs that just cost you more? I mean, that's the question. I mean, when as Commissioner Bradshaw said, when we were talking about nursing and when we had the crisis, it was a space issue. It was an instructor issue. You had all these things that were different than if Maryland wanted to take a course in graphic arts. You could do it all there on campus. And so that's why I don't understand the differential. Why they're.
Well, let's go with what works.
Okay.
What worked for nursing? What worked for nursing was an infusion of funds that allowed us operating costs. What worked was partnerships with business that provided us the gap resources that the state resources didn't do. What provided us was the general obligation state facility money prioritized for nursing facilities. What worked for us was a change in the regulations that allow us prioritize well-qualified nurses. You notice that I didn't mention differential fees anywhere in what worked. If you want good vocational programs to work, this is the strategy.
Well, I understand.
Time and again.
I understand, but you're not. You're going to have certain occupations where you don't have. I mean, nursing you had a large pool of opportunity. That's the difference. You have certain occupations that you're teaching where you don't have that pool. Now, I could argue that right now there's a big focus on the green industry and green jobs and green track. Can we create a green track? Well, there's a larger pool potentially of support for people that want to pursue some green track. But that's all I'm saying is that, just differential fees in some instances could be necessary because Senator Scott said, look, I get $5,000 per student and they're paying about $1,000, a $4,000 delta. Well, it's more than that on some of the training that you're providing because.
What you want to use differential fees for is to incentivize good student behavior. Okay. For example, if students take more units than, let's say, 90 units, there ought to be a disincentive fee-wise. If students go full-time, we know that's good behavior and results in success. Maybe there ought to be a break in fees if students go full-time. Incentivizing good student behavior with fee policy will work. On a programmatic basis, I don't think there's evidence that this differential fees would work well.
If I could just make two quick comments, and one a little different than Bill. You also have to remember that we get a fraction of the enrollment fee back at our colleges. That money goes to the state general fund. Unlike UC or CSU, we can't raise tuition and we don't keep it for our program. So even if we did, we don't get to keep it. Yes,
that's a real important point that no one said until now. Yeah, I mean that's a pretty important point that was just made just now.
So if you're going to look at differential fee structure, you've got to look at it in the context of changing the financing system, the way we finance community colleges. Secondly,
so there was somebody in the Capitol that was going, "Yeah, raise fees."
Well,
but
yes.
Was it you?
We rarely get them back in our colleges, which is the issue for our students. If they're going to be charged more, they should be guaranteed that money is going back into their education, into offering more classes, into offering more nursing classes, or whatever it may be.
Although it's taken into consideration in the budgeting process as the total. I mean, when they're looking at how much they're going to give the community college is in consideration.
Right, but if my student is paying a differential fee for a nursing program and that money is being dispersed across the 112 colleges, and
but it would have to start at the front end as well.
Right.
If there's going to be a differential, it has to be taken into consideration at the front end.
Second, if you're talking about career technical education programs, you have the inherent cost of those programs. So we organize around because we are incentivized by enrollment. We do everything we can to fill classrooms that are the cheapest to offer to offset the costs of the nursing programs and the other career technical programs, because we look as a system, as a state, at those programs equally. We look at the faculty equally. We can't do that, okay? Our general education faculty are trained and continue their professional development in the fields of expertise that they have. And those are, chemistry, English, those fields don't change very much.
Okay.
But if you're looking at career technical programs, particularly those that you mentioned, the green field, we've got to look at the way that we hire, what kind of qualifications we look for our faculty, how we fund those programs. It's got to be very different. Most of the green programs that are funded right now, for example, we have California Energy Commission grants. 18 months is what they want to see a turnaround. We work closely with our WIBs. We do everything we need to do, but to do an 18-week turnaround in our system is not an easy feat.
No.
And it's difficult to do. You've got to find part-time faculty because you're not going to hire full-time faculty
for something that may
go away.
Sure.
So we've got to start looking at career technical education differently than we look at general education. And right now, there really is no distinction in the way we treat the faculty or those programs.
Well, I agree with you. And we talked about this. There's been a huge federal infusion over the last couple of years into the system across the board. And so there's always that fear of, okay, when that money dries up, what do you do? My last question for you, though, is that Senator Scott mentioned that 40% of the students don't pay any fees.
At Long Beach, it's 60%.
Okay, so do you guys track? Because we continue to say that the system is set up to help, people get a jump on what they're going to do and how they're going to live and survive in their careers. But do you track that 60% in terms of what percentage of them
absolutely
finish?
We have
finish a 2-year
students. I have 6,328 receiving Pell Grants. Gave out $26 million in Pell Grants this year, and I only get $42,000 from the state. So absolutely, we pay a lot of attention to qualifying students for Pell Grants.
And whether they finish the 2-year degree, whether they transferred, you have all those
Federal
statistics?
law requires them to meet with a counselor, have an educational plan, follow that educational plan. We need more tools to help us enforce that. We need more tracking. We need more authority from the state to be able to enforce those rules. But those rules are in place.
So, but that's a key thing you just said, though. You need more tools to enforce it. So there is a problem that you have.
Yes,
okay.
There is. Our data system doesn't provide the tools that allow us to track those students well enough.
Well, and for bog fee waiver students, they do not have the same requirements for federal financial aid to continue to make academic progress, and that's an issue that we're looking at as a system as well.
Commissioner Shapiro had a question.
Back in another career when I was a federal prosecutor, I prosecuted a school, IATI, which ghosted so many students that they were able to take the Department of Education for $30 million. The lack of resources to track or to check any of this is non-existent, and I can't stress enough what a huge hole this is in the whole process. Once the student is enrolled, the money is drawn down for the Pell Grant for the first half, and then in the second semester it's drawn down for the second half. The number of Department of Education investigators, there were 2 for the region, and the region was several states. So this is...
So you've got $29 million at risk, and you have no way of tracking it.
I can't track it up front. I can only track it after the student has performed. Now, there is software available, and some of us are working on installing that on that software, but it has to be at a local cost. There is no system-level solution that allows me to take that financial aid student receiving that Pell Grant, who has an education plan that sat down with a counselor, put that into my system and say, you must take these courses. It's required that those students make satisfactory progress towards an educational degree. At the end of the year, I can check to make sure they did. But during the year, I have no technology provided by the system to allow that to happen.
Absolutely. And on top of that, for the Pell Grant Fund, they don't have a way to actually count the noses that the people who have signed up are actually there. Yeah. I mean, these were not just ghosted students. These were ghosted campuses in some cases. So, I can't. To me, this is an important element here. It's a huge question, and we have wonderful rules in place, but if no one's there to enforce it, that's a problem. The other issue I have, and David will tell me who it was who said, was it Brandeis who talked about the states as laboratories of experiment? Absolutely. So it seems to me that the individual community boards, I mean, I think it was President Reagan who, I think some of the people here who talked about the need to give local authorities the power in education, right? That local authority was important. So you said something interesting. You talked about.
What do you mean by local?
Well,
is LA County local?
Oh,
is
right.
the city of Long Beach local?
Well, so here's my question, and I'm also listening to Brother Scott, who talked about the fact that you're never going to likely get rid of these boards. So maybe I'm just trying to be pragmatic. But when I think of Pierce College and I think of LA Tech,
right,
I find it hard to imagine what those two have to talk about that would be helpful to them. That is, or to put it another way, when I think of the 9 community colleges in my area, each of them serving at Pierce agricultural interests and transfer primarily, and LA Tech more of a vocational. How would they being consolidated help?
Well, in a sense, in that context, they are consolidated because they're governed by one governing board that has a very large piece of LA County, of Los Angeles. So they have more of an economy of scale, but.
You started with economics,
right.
But that was last. But
but you have to take that into consideration. With any policy like that, there's a pain-gain ratio. You got to look at how much pain is going to cost for the gain you're going to get. Our system, the efficiencies gains in our system and the ability to improve student completion does not lie primarily in this area of the governance organizations of our local boards and districts. It lies primarily in giving us the tools, including both the financial incentives and the regulatory freedom of authority to allow us to produce the results that the system needs and that the state needs. And the board change is really the gain that would be produced there. Compared to the amount of political pain it would cost, is not worth it.
And with that thought, the first thing you said, which I think was really important and interesting, is you said we'll produce whatever they want us to produce if someone will just tell us what they want us to produce.
Oh, you did. You told
Right.
us enrollment, and we're really good.
That's
at
how you fund
producing
us.
Enrollment.
So who?
Because that's how you pay us, and
So
that's how all the regulations.
If we have to go, who is the wizard? who should be telling?
Well, and that is a key question because we know who that wizard is in the UC system.
Right.
We know who that wizard is in the CSU system. In our system, there are 72 wizards. Okay? And I, working with my board and faculty leadership, we determined that. Now, we try to determine that within the context of a overall strategy for the system. But in order to get there, we've got to become less of a confederacy and be more of a system. And we've gotten to the point in this state where, particularly, and it's a little different in rural areas, but in LA County, it's one economy. Okay, I don't serve a whole lot of different needs in El Camino or Santa Monica. Yeah, there's different industry clusters.
Central Valley is an entirely different economic situation. So we could be in different states for all that matters, not to mention the political differences.
Right. So if we could regionalize better, and I think if you set up the right incentives, there would be natural consolidation.
And who's the wizard? We've got the SB 1143 task force that Senator Liu's bill called for. That group is working. It's the best minds in our system working on student success. There's going to be a work product come out of that this year. And we're all very hopeful that, because that group is taking on some of these hard issues about how do we incentivize student success behaviors? How do we change our finance system? How do we change our regulatory system to make this happen? It's essential for the future of the state that we produce more college graduates. It's essential that we close the ethnic gap in performance in this state because that's only going to exacerbate the problem. We've got a situation now where we have a social division on the basis of educational performance. That is a prescription for disaster. We're not shying away from these issues, and you're going to see some creative thinking coming out of that group.
Okay, Commissioner Ellis had a question.
your chancellor was reticent to answer this question, so I'm hoping that you will.
Is he still here?
Everyone can relax.
He's got his minions here.
They're all scribbling. Yes, they are.
And speaking of the governance structure, I think in your testimony you mentioned
Virginia, could you pull that closer to you and turn
the
the mic
need
on?
for a more robust and independent chancellor's office. What specifically would you recommend? Would
Sure.
you elaborate on that some?
Yes, it cannot be a state agency. Okay?
Agreed.
You all have experienced state agencies. It cannot be a state
No
agency.
civil service employees.
Okay.
It
That
needs to be
chancellor,
system people.
just as I hire and fire my vice presidents, the chancellor needs that flexibility. Just as I am held responsible for outcomes, the chancellor needs that same accountability. And in order to be accountable, he must be or she must be given the tools to be responsible. So I don't think, given the size of our system, it cannot be the UC system and it cannot be the CSU system. But there's got to be a better model that provides a chancellor office, particularly, more of a role in determining and implementing and executing state policy for the system, while allowing the colleges to implement that policy as they see it best to implement at the local level with their faculty and their boards, however that board is put there. I'm not a big fan of elected boards, but that's just me. And there's got to be more regionalization of our system.
Chancellor's office needs more tools to actually implement the accountability measures that are already in law and regulation now. You've heard a lot about the 50% law and the 75-25 faculty ratio. You may not know that these are self-reported information from the colleges. We sit down and we fill out, it's a one-page sheet of paper, we fill it out, and that's the compliance model. Even though we put all this money into a state MIS system, we actually tried when I was up in the Chancellor's office to pull that data out of the MIS system. It didn't work. A couple of years ago, the legislature passed additional compensation for basic skills, saying, well, we're going to put some accountability there. I was on the task force, and there was the Legislative Analyst's Office in the Department of Finance, and we took a look at the data system, and we said, oh, well, it'll probably take us 5 years just to fix the data system. And it's because colleges use tremendously different systems. And our faculty have been working on this to align, as you mentioned before, the English piece you mentioned from 10 years ago. We got that piece done.
Did you get it done?
Yes, we got that.
Okay.
English 1
1A?
and 2 are done. But the basic skills was not. You know why? Because there's no money associated with it. We don't clean up our data until there's something that we have to do with it. We get paid for it, or we have to turn in some report that the Chancellor's office slaps our hands with. A data system is only as powerful as the clean nature of the data, and you only get clean data when that data is used for decision making. The Chancellor's office does not have the tools and the authority to implement the kind of pieces that needs to be in that data system and the compliance monitoring that's needed, even for the key laws and regulations that are in there now. If I was to invest one area that would enable the Chancellor to have that kind of authority that we all agree he should have, it would be data and accountability.
David, you had a question?
I have an observation and then a question. I'll start with a question. And that is, lost in all this discussion, maybe not lost, but put a little bit to the side, is completion rates. I mean, and I don't want to editorialize, but they're not great, right? We're not seeing the outcomes that we deserve.
They're not where they should be, although I would argue that they are the outcomes that the state has designed for.
See, now, I want you to elaborate on this, because what I'm hearing you say is your metrics for, quote, performance is getting them in the door. You're no different in some ways than the for-profit colleges who want to sign these guys up and get the federal grants, the match, whatever.
So we get a lot less money for them.
And you get a lot less money. So how do we change that metric for success? The metric for success should be completion to an associate's degree or a certificate, right? Do we all agree on that?
Well, yes and no. And, you know, the question of what does success mean is a question, but it should be, in my opinion, completion of certificate, degrees, and transfer readiness for students on an equal basis. That means all students achieving at similar rates of completion. Because even if we kept the completion rates where they're at now, but we did a better job of serving underrepresented students, our workforce would be much better for it, because that is the largest, the growing population that we serve. But yes, success has to be measured on what does the state want from community colleges? Okay, somebody from a public policy perspective should be saying that.
It's either funding or regulations. And you heard Nancy Shulock talk about the Washington Momentum Points model. There's actually good data, even California data, that supports that says that achievement below the associate degree adds value. There's a lot of research that shows that. In the vocational area, we were talking about the use of the UI wage data match. We've been doing that for over 10 years. We classify the vokiness of courses on what's called a SAM code. If a student completes 12 units in the top 2 levels of the SAM codes, that is their intensive vocational courses, we show that within 1 year and within 3 years, there's an increase in the number of quarters that they're employed full-time, and there's an increase in their net earnings. There's even more, of course, if they complete the vocational certificate. But when we provide that intensive skill-based learning, results produced.
Would you be interested then in having kind of a performance-based accountability standard that says if you're offering it and there is such a result, that in fact that would be the incentive for either additional funding or prioritized funding or something along those lines?
Yes, absolutely. I think we
but
need
we
to
do it across
move
the
our funding system to incentivize completion.
Well, wait. No, this is the catch-22 here, which is the temptation to push people through and give them degrees.
Right.
Which is the problem that these young men and women had in the high schools. They got their degrees and they can't read. So now you're pushing them through the system with the new metric of success, meaning you get your degree or your certificate, and they're no better off. But you've met your goal.
Well, and that's certainly true. But there is a way to get to that. That is, it's not an either-or situation. I would argue that if we're saying that we're concerned about the outcomes, possible outcomes of changing that system, I would argue that we should be ashamed of the outcomes that we're producing with the current model.
And we are not internally quality controlled. Community college quality control is external. In vocational areas, it's the businesses and employers in our community. We have, as Chancellor Scott mentioned, a requirement that is audited by the Chancellor's office that we have advisory committees that consist of employers in each vocational area. And there's a requirement that they meet so often and they review the curriculum and certify that. Believe me, when we get behind in our skills, they let us know about it, and they let our board members know about it. We're very locally responsive to keeping the skill sets where they are. For transfer, if the universities don't review our courses and approve them, and we have a good collegiality that's working with SB 1440 to be sure this occurs, that's an external validation of the quality control of our transfer courses. Absolutely. Quality control is not an issue on a incentivized completion funding model. It's still in place.
So if you, rather than just, where I was trying to get to is rather than just using completion as the ending point, is what's the value to that completion. Yeah. So anything other than a transfer, because clearly if they're going to transfer someplace, they'll say have additional time to go before they're going to become a productive wage earner. So anything less than that, then 2 years after the degree, or a year after the degree, or some period of time after the degree, if you match that student to the base wage file, you should see if in fact there is a earning potential that lived up to.
We already do that. The ARC report that our Chancellor mentioned, the accountability report for community colleges, has been producing that data every year for the system as a whole and for each of our colleges.
But I'm talking about having
Using that as a funding model.
As a funding model or as a critique model as to which program is effective and which isn't, even within schools, amongst schools, between schools.
Well, again, if you're going to do that, you have to really look at the way we're organized, because you don't want all of the colleges in one region competing for the same workforce needs, because everybody will go. I mean, you align the incentives based on what you want the system to produce. I think you need to ensure that there continues to be an incentive for access. We must continue to reward access, but at the same time, we need to shift the focus from growth in enrollment, which is the only incentive that's out there now, to growth in some metric of success, whether that be career technical education, momentum points, as President Scroggin has illustrated, but some incentive that begins to change behavior in the system.
And it needs to be enough money. At least 20% or so of our base funding needs to be allocated on the basis of success or completion. Or it's like in Washington, I was just at a national conference talking to those people there, and they're saying, oh, well, it's pocket change. We maybe start another program here and there because it's 1%. It needs to be substantive, and it needs to have a strong accountability to show that we're producing results.
One more question.
Sure, David.
So I find it fascinating that you, President Oakley, began with the very provocative use of the word fiefdom, which describes whose fiefdom is it? Are they the folks who sit on your community college board? I mean, where's the power? Do you have it? Do they have it? It doesn't reside in the chancellor's office. That's my first.
Well, at each district, it depends on what you mean by the power. The power to hire and fire the CEO is with the board. The power to hire and fire the administration is with me. And the power to move curriculum is with the faculty. And so somehow or another, we try to work that all out and try to align it.
The power to move the curriculum is with the faculty?
Yes.
What does that mean?
The faculty are primarily responsible for the curriculum.
Well, for teaching it, but designing
for designing it.
That's why the roadmap idea that I mentioned earlier would not necessarily, the chancellor doesn't necessarily have the ability to do that because the fiefdom is the faculty.
Well, the chancellor's office approves every program that's offered in community colleges.
Sure.
And there's a set of standards, and there's a lot of training and technical assistance to make sure that happens. It is an authority of the chancellor that's taken very seriously and applied very seriously.
Now, within that context, if you have a well-running college, the three work in concert. And I think certainly Long Beach is an example, College of Sequoia is an example. But there's a lot of work that goes into making sure that organization works, and it doesn't work in every example. The faculty can and should continue to remain responsible for the curriculum, but somebody, particularly on the career technical side, whether regionally or from a statewide basis, should be prioritizing what those careers should be. And then we put the faculty in place.
And that's a requirement for vocational programs. Our state is divided into 7 economic zones, and colleges are organized in those 7 zones and regions. Before a vocational program is approved for that region, the colleges in that area have to agree that that program is essential and that the labor needs are not overlapping by neighboring colleges. And there's actual sign-off that the chancellor's office authorizes to be sure that within those regions there's not a duplication of those programs.
I had a final question. Talking about categoricals and mandates. This commission's done a lot of work, and we've testified here recently in the area of health and human services about the realignment of delivery of services down to the county levels with fewer rules, much less in the way of categorical funding, and basically a goals and outcome-based process rather than a funding and rule-based process. Is that a good model for what you're talking about, or do these rules and regulations and mandates and categoricals serve a purpose that you find beneficial?
Well, I think first you have to consider why there is a categorical to begin with. Somebody thought something should be protected. And I think there is an underlying fundamental problem when you start doing that. That means that we don't trust the colleges to do what we want them to do, or we have not organized the colleges to do what we want them to do, so we set aside X number of dollars and put it in categorical funding and say, you have to do this with this money. I think that that is a fatal flaw in any system if that's the way you're going to run a system. And you will get the results that we get now, because let's just take, for example, our EOPNS program, Extended Opportunities Programs and Services. That program was designed to provide funding and services to a small number of students, particularly students of color, and we've protected that funding. It's shown great results within the small number of students that it reaches out to, but we forgot about the forest. And when you look at our student population, they are all EOPS students now. So we really need to look at those categoricals and say to the colleges, we want you to produce X results. Here is the money. If you're not going to do it, then you don't get the money. But I think as long as you continue to have categorical programs in any system, K-12, community college, and you're saying that you have categorical programs because you don't trust the colleges to figure out how to serve all of its students well, then I think you're always going to be chasing your tail.
I agree. I don't think categorical programs are of value. They're a one-size-fits-all. They don't work for all of the colleges the same way. But I do believe in a strong regulatory environment. And I think that we need a participatory development of those regulatory requirements, and we need authority in our chancellor's office to hold us accountable for those. I don't think the state can achieve its means without being real clear to us what is expected and what the rules of the game are. But we need to be listened to as a system. We need to have a vision and a collective voice. We need to have a chancellor's office that has the authority to represent us and to hold us accountable. Many laws have been passed over the years that have not been effective, not because they weren't good laws, but because there wasn't the mechanism to implement them effectively.
Would you guys, this is my last question, it's a simple one. Would you rather work for the chancellor or for your elected board?
Well, I worked for the chancellor twice, and I much prefer working for a local board. The chancellor's office was frustrating, very much so, because the lack of authority and the lack of ability to deliver technical assistance.
It might be a little more robust chancellor's office, though.
A more robust chancellor's office, absolutely.
Mr. Oakley, you said you weren't a big fan of elected boards, so would you rather work for the chancellor or work for your board?
I think there is
Without
a
getting
role
yourself
for there's a role for local boards, but I think there's a greater need right now for a more central advocate for our system, and I would gladly work for a chancellor if the chancellor's office was designed in a way that helped me achieve the outcomes that I need to achieve.
Okay. Thank you all very much. It was we didn't let you off as quickly as you thought, right? Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. I have 3 speaker requests from members of the public. I'd ask you to limit those comments to 5 minutes since we've been here quite a while. I did want to also just announce that we'll talk to Commissioner Brewer about this, who's chairing this effort. But I think this subject probably calls for some subcommittee work, and we may be calling upon some of you later to participate in some subcommittee work, and even some of the speakers that we're going to hear from certainly don't consider this the last opportunity you'll have to weigh in on the subject. So with that, the first speaker I have a request from is Jane Patton from the Academic Senate. Ms. Patton, if you could come up. Thank you for coming and for attending our hearing today. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair Hancock and members of the Commission. My name is Jane Patton. I'm the President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. I was elected to represent the faculty of 112 colleges, and so I'm here today on behalf of the faculty. I would like to tell you that there are a few initiatives underway today that are accomplishing many of the themes that I've heard brought up already this morning. Efficiency and coordination and intersegmental efforts are critical to the future of California higher education. And I want to just mention a couple of initiatives that I hope you will help support and nurture so that they don't become a passing fad. The first is Course Identification Numbering System, CID is what we're calling it. Many years ago, over the years, there have been many calls for common course numberings. Why can't every course in the state have the same number? And we used to have a system called CAN, the California Articulation Numbering System, which was phased out. And yet there was a void. We have a need to say that if a student takes this English class at one college and goes to another community college or to a university, that it is equivalent in all cases. So the CID numbering system is really faculty developed between the faculty of the three segments residing in the community college faculty. And what it does is it develops a course descriptor for a given course. Take an English 1A composition course. There's a descriptor for that course, and every college in the state who teaches that course can send their course outline in to have it qualified for that descriptor. And then it gets the common course number, which is a supra number in the catalog. It tells students, no matter where they go, where that course is going to take them, and it's a fabulous system. We've just begun to get it underway, and we actually have very minimal funding for it. But when the SB 1440 passed, there became an opportunity to develop associate degrees for transfer using the CID system. And let me tell you why those two systems work together and why they're so important for coordinating intersegmentally. When SB 1440 was passed last September, it was signed into law. It said every community college needs to develop specific associate degrees for transfer. But it did not say that we needed to work together to make that happen. And the faculty of the community colleges, working in concert with the faculty from CSU, said, wait a minute, instead of 112 colleges developing 112 different biology degrees for transfer, what if we brought the faculty from CSU and community colleges, put them in a room and said, figure it out? And that's exactly what we're doing. In a matter of a couple of months, we brought together about 10 different discipline groups. So far, 3 disciplines, sociology, psychology, and communication studies, have developed a transfer model curriculum. So for those majors, it says what the courses should be, and a student taking the classes anywhere in the state can go to any CSU with some assurance. Not only will they get the guarantee of admission to junior status, but that they have had the right preparation. But it was accomplished by bringing the faculty together to align their curriculum. So several people have talked about how we need to work together and coordinate. And I'd like you to know that the CID project and the 1440 transfer degrees is exactly what this state needs. And it is realizing the economy of scale, the coordination, giving students the pathway, telling them where they need to be going and how they need to get there. And so I would hope that we can find ways to identify the successful initiatives that are just in their infancy, support them, nurture them, and ensure that they become the norm. We really think this is going to be the model for the nation. So I think my time is up. I'm happy to come back at another time and tell you more about these initiatives and answer questions, but I know your time is
We'd be
short.
interested in hearing your ideas on that kind of
Thank
stuff.
you. Appreciate
How you're going to take it to the UC system after that.
Well, actually, I have an answer for that. I can give you a very short answer. AB 2302 was also signed into law, and it asks UC to look at the transfer degrees, and we are already in conversations. Now, we can't force them, of course, but the faculty are talking to the faculty.
If you can crack those UC biology departments, that'll be a real accomplishment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. The next request is Karen Humphrey. Ms. Humphrey, could you come forward, please? Welcome. Thank you for attending today.
Thank you, Chair Hancock and members of the Commission, and I'm very pleased to be here. I'm the Executive Director of the California Post-Secondary Education Commission. Just want to tell you that this is a tremendously important study you're doing of a very important segment of higher education, not just in California, but in the nation. So we hope to work with you all the way through the process and offer any assistance we can. What I really would like to do is pull out a few of the things that were mentioned today as areas that I hope will be focused on as this moves forward, because there were some very important themes that I heard in all of the presenters. The first one, and CPEC has been right there for a number of months, echoing the call for a statewide set of goals or public agenda for all higher education. I believe that in the absence of some really clear goals that meet the total state needs, the segments have little to align themselves with in terms of their own needs. So they're doing some tremendous things in the segments, but without that statewide forest being defined, then all of the trees that make up the forest have difficulty knowing which way to grow. It's not a necessarily good analogy, but the issue is there. The statewide goals are, I think, should be a first priority for policy making before many of the other initiatives are pushed. The second thing I would say is it's very important to eventually achieve, and I hope eventually means a very reasonably short time, an integrated longitudinal comprehensive database that starts in preschool and goes all the way to workforce, and that has the tools that all the segments can use to identify the programs that help people on a path to success, the programs that help people meet the economic needs of the state, and that can be utilized both internally and in terms of overall state understanding of how people are achieving goals. It's a little hard to ask systems to produce certain kinds of outcomes if you don't have the goals set in the beginning. The third thing I would also echo is the need for better statewide coordination. That is actually CPEC's role under the master plan. Unfortunately, the size of our staff in the last few years has made it more difficult for us to play as big a coordinating role. There are some ways that could be helped, but we have tried to align the research and policy guidance that we give very much with where the systems and the higher education as a whole needs to go. So, for instance, we just did a significant longitudinal or significant study of enrollment demand. There'll be 400,000 more students showing up at the door in 2019 than are currently showing up, and most of them are going to show up at the community college doors. So we're already looking. It's not as big as some previous enrollment things, but we're still looking at a significant number of people showing up that we need to serve, particularly with the need for degrees and post-secondary certificates. So the CPEC is doing its best, and we will continue to work with that, and we would certainly hope that the discussions that are done foster and support the collaboration and coordination that is to some extent happening on a much better scale among the systems themselves. It just needs to be connected also at the state level. And the fourth thing I will point to is you heard about the need for regional collaboration. It needs to involve all of the education segments, pre-K to graduate and professional school. It needs to involve the whole community, business, community organizations, people who are concerned about improving our community's economy and quality of life. And those things are happening around the state. In 1996, the legislature passed a bill that it's called the Regional Workforce Preparation Economic Development Act. It, at that time, established a statewide partnerships of which the community colleges was one of 4 statewide partners, and fostered and supported and funded regional collaboratives to do exactly the kind of work that we're talking about. The statewide effort went away. It was sunsetted and it ceased to exist. But there is a continuing need to bring together those segments at the state level in order to support and identify ways to support and encourage and enhance existing collaborations. At the time we put out the application for grants, there were 21 applications which told us that there was things going on in 21 parts of the state. I'm sure that's even bigger now, and I know some of the collaboratives we supported are still going on with other sources of funds. But I would encourage you to spend a considerable amount of time as you move forward on this on trying to find ways to support the collaboration which has produced good results and to continue to build on it, because in many ways it's the very best tool we have for improving the systems that serve the people of California. So I wish you well. I'm very delighted that your program leader on this is a CPEC graduate. Tamara Foster worked for us for a while as a student and is tremendously talented, and we'll do all that we can to help you and your staff and the public produce some really meaningful results from this study. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I did get an extra card, but the next one that I have is Hazel Hill. Ms. Hill? Welcome, and thank you for attending today.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Hazel Hill. I'm the Dean of Workforce and Economic Development at San Joaquin Delta College in Stockton, California. And I'm also the president of the California Association of Occupational Educators. And I have just several things I want to say, and I'll try to be very brief. One of them is I think there's a real need for a mindset change among our entire population, because what I hear the question being asked to students regardless of their age is, what college are you going to? What university are you going to attend? Pat them on the back. You got to get to college. You got to get to the university. And maybe the question should be is, what's your career plans? Because I think that comes ahead of a college. And I have a specific example of that. It was a local superintendent of schools, took his daughter around to visit all the colleges. She chose one of our four-year colleges in California. And then they started talking about, okay, well, what's your career? Well, guess what? They didn't offer anything in the area she was majoring in. So we really need to think about changing the mindset. Yes, we want students to go to college. We want them to improve their education and continue their education lifelong. But we want them to think about a career. What are you going to do? What do you like to do? Because we have way too many people graduating from four-year colleges with master's degrees, doctorate degrees, and they're not getting jobs. Or they're getting jobs and they don't like what they're doing. So a little bit more career planning along the way might be very, very beneficial, I think. The other thing I wanted to address is we talked about where are we getting business support for career technical education. Many of your colleges are getting a lot of business support, going out there and getting it individually. I have worked specifically with, Northern Central California Hospital Association, helped to get a $400,000 grant that we had for 6 years at San Joaquin Delta College to take the number of nursing students we had from 60 a semester to 80 a semester. Now, in my community, they're not hiring registered nurses. They haven't been hiring them for over a year. Those students are not getting jobs. They're having to leave our area or leave the state to get hired as a registered nurse right now. But as that changed, some of you may know there's this thing called the Department of Corrections, and there was this major lawsuit in Stockton, California. But anyway, out of that, statewide.
We know all too much about it.
Oh, you know all too much about it. Well, I know a little bit about it, and I know that I hung in there, and I stayed with them because I heard them say that they needed 440 psychiatric technicians for the facility that was being built in Stockton. And when it's all said and done, I have a contract with them for $1,350,000 to train. And the number I have on my contract is 270 psychiatric technicians between now and December 2013. So they are working with us. Many businesses don't have the money to give us, but they may have personnel, they may have other support that we're getting with. So many of your career technical education programs are working with their local businesses and industries. One in particular I'm working with is not local, and I know other colleges have similar, but I work with Caterpillar. And Caterpillar is an international company out of Peoria, Illinois, and we have a Think Big program where they are providing funding for getting students through the program. In addition to providing funding, they provide equipment. Now, one time I got an email from someone saying they were going to send me something, and it was letters and numbers, and I wasn't sure what it was. So I thought, I'm just going to email him back, this guy from Peoria, and find out what this is. And then I thought about it, and I thought, well, I'll call my local person that worked with Holder, California, and ask him what it is. And he said a few major words and said, man, that's worth about $650,000. That's a huge piece of earth-moving equipment. And I thought it was just some technical little thing that they were sending out to us. So I thought before I acted. But my point is they're there, they're helping us. We need to ask for help. We need to ask for more help. And we need to have people realize that we need to focus on careers. Because too often in our colleges, we're focusing on transfer, transfer, transfer. Our counselors are focusing on transfer because that's what they were taught. Get those students to transfer. And I would plead with you to get people to start thinking about more their career, maybe a little job experience, and then maybe think about how much they want to invest in an education in this particular career. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. My final request is Alex Pater. Mr. Pater?
Welcome.
Hello, board members. My name is Alex Pater. I'm the statewide student president for the California Community Colleges. That organization represents the approximately 2.7 million students in the 112 community colleges in the state. Last year I was able to say I was part of the organization that represented 2.9 million, but we lost approximately 140,000 individuals. I'd like to start off by answering your question of who has the power. And the answer is everyone and no one has the power. When I describe the system to the average student of what we're working with, that our system is a loose confederacy of 72 districts, and there is a sharing of power, and this local control is one of our greatest strengths at times, but at times it's also one of our greatest weaknesses. And often the result is gridlock or little or extremely difficult to make a change within the system. There are piles and piles and piles of reports that have been done for decades of what can be done, and the recommendations are in there. The problem is not the solutions. It's the problem is that there's a lack of a will to make those policies happen. When you talk to the average student, they don't care or they don't understand the internal politics. They're not interested in it. I'm talking about the average student. Of course, student leaders are actively involved. What they care about is having access to an affordable, quality higher education that can give them their general education or have a 2-year certificate with the end result of a meaningful career in their life. Students believe that access to a quality higher education is a fundamental civil right that is deeply rooted in the access to an equal opportunity that every American should has a fundamental right to. In today's modern world of in a changing era of globalization, there's one message that sounds extremely clear for both private and public institutions: adapt or die. Thank you very much for letting me have the opportunity to speak, and the students are very much looking forward to participating in these discussions in the future.
Appreciate your coming.
This guy, Alex is your first name?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He waited 4 hours to come up here and speak. I really appreciate your sticking around and giving us your perspectives. What do you mean when you say that there's a lack of will?
For every policy change or recommendation, there is a group that opposes it. And it is difficult to overcome those obstacles.
And so what do you think is the way to break through the gridlock?
No, that's the part that gets me in trouble. I think that's the role of this commission to really decide. I think that in certain areas that there could be definitely more power in the chancellor's office. There's a role for every constituency group to have where those boundaries lay and how easy it is to move things around is not an easy question to answer. But I'd love to dwell more on it and have that conversation with you in the future.
Well, we would welcome you to come back and where are you located?
I'm at American River College here in Sacramento.
Okay, so you have no excuse. You can drive to the Capitol to our offices and participate in the subcommittee.
I believe I can.
And then you can unburden yourself of all these issues that you will not speak. Yes, in this group. Now, all levity aside, I think it's very interesting that at the end of the day, your constituents just want to have the ability to get some kind of a quality education. And what I'm hearing you say is something within the structure, whether it's the governance or the politics, is getting in the way. And if you're not comfortable at this moment sharing those thoughts with you can come back, and I hope.
I have many internal debates, and I don't have all the answers, and I look to my fellow students for what their thoughts are.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll be in touch. With that, I will adjourn the public hearing. We will reconvene in 15 minutes across the street, 925 L Street, in the Ledge conference room for lunch and our business meeting.